What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Birmingham Futsal, I see you out there. Let's go. Roger Straz, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. CONCACAF kicking off today the first ever Women's Futsal Championship. Let's go. What's going on, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to have you guys here. Friendly reminder, this is not a place to catch the actual game because I do not own the rights to the stream and therefore will get shut down. Don't ask me how I know. And the link to the game itself is in the description of this video. So if you guys are looking for that still, then please be sure to find that in the description. Let me move this so you guys can see my fancy new overlay. Ooh, yeah. Up in the game a little bit here. Updated the ticker at the bottom. We've seen 2 matches so far today, which were pretty damn good. Pretty good. The Costa Rica-Canada game, which is our counterparts within Group B, was interesting. Said a lot about what we can expect, I think, from these next 2 matches. I think of all the matches we have in the group, this one should, on paper, be the easiest. But Canada and Costa Rica, both very tough opponents. So curious to see how those go. Really could be anybody's match. We are going through the national anthems now. Honduras earned their way here yesterday. Canada lost the game. Yeah, Roger. It was a tight one. Canada was up 1-0 off of there was a penalty kick, like a true penalty, not a 10-meter penalty, that the goalkeeper for Costa Rica saved initially. And then the deflection went right back into the middle, and Canada was able to clean it up and put it in the back of the net while the goalkeeper was on her bottom. So they bounced that one in to start. And then I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if it was 1-1, then 2-1, or if it was 2-1 Canada, 2-0 Canada before Costa Rica started to score. But second half was mostly Costa Rica. There's a couple weird calls here and there too that I don't agree with, and actually chatted with a FIFA referee earlier today that said, yeah, there was one in particular really blatant miss. But the interesting thing is we're going to see both of those teams over the course of the next couple days, and the United States women's team played friendlies against Costa Rica and didn't lose in all 3 outings. 2 wins and a draw, I believe. But this Costa Rica side looked pretty good today. So I don't know if, I mean, obviously without seeing the United States women's team in action just yet, it's hard to say, who's got the upper hand. So tonight's going to really tell a lot, but tonight should also be a pretty easy test in the grand scheme of the group. A couple players I'm looking out for is Sitali Luna, who is based in Grand Rapids, as well as Kirsten Frankie. I'm going to mess up her name. Kirsten. And they're number 13 and number 14, respectively. So, actually right there, right next to the goalkeeper, if you guys are watching the stream right now, side by side. So, this will be a good one for sure. 100-0 USA. That's the way we do it. That's the U.S. way. I love it. Yeah, this should be an interesting match. I don't know most of the women yet for the national team, so I'm gonna have some learning to do on the fly here, guys. But actually, let me, while we're waiting, I'm actually gonna change just the match the score bug that they have. Bear with me for just a second. So Honduras had to earn their right here yesterday. So yesterday there was a single match. It was Honduras versus Nicaragua. And that game went to 5-5, right down to the wire. And then in extra time, Honduras found the game winner to win 6-5. So they not only had to play yesterday when nobody else did, they also then had to do it in extra time. So they're going to be tired today, if I had to guess. So we'll do Honduras. And then let's clean this up a little bit. Carly Banks. Hope everyone's doing really well out there. David Fresquez, what's up, man? Good to see you. First real test for Coach Barato. Ooh, Satali making the starting lineup tonight. That's awesome. Cranky? I have to practice that a little bit. With the FCS doing women's next year, I wonder how much of Satali and Kirsten will see in domestic play. So really excited to see what this looks like. And then, you know what, obviously we hope to see them next season in our own league, which is really awesome. Have a couple of international players in the league would be sweet. All right, I'm just going to send a couple of quick notifications, and I promise I'm paying attention. I believe Luke will be joining us later, too, so keep an eye out for that. For now, you guys are stuck with me. Sorry about that. But we'll have fun. We'll have a good time. All right, here we go. What do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to win this match? In fact, let's go ahead and put the perpetual poll in, even though we all know what you guys are going to pick. I know who you guys are going to pick. Come on, this better be good. I should put score predictions. 100-0 so far. Game link. David, so the link to the game is actually in the description of the video. So if you just hit that drop down, it's there. And you can pull it right from this video. Oh, come on. There we go. Looks like everybody's settling into the game right now. It's not been super crazy start. Yeah, no problem. No problem, David. Glad to have you guys here. Hey, guys, I'm sorry I can't share the video itself. We tried that with the men's team just to see last year what would happen. And we got about, what was weird, the first time we did it, we didn't have a problem. The second time we did it, like I had it up for 5 minutes, if that. And YouTube blacked out our stream and said, hey, you're using someone else's content. You need to fix it before we, release you from YouTube jail. So it was like a temporary thing. It wasn't a strike or anything crazy like that, but it was just like that, hey, we detect someone else's content. Ooh, probably the most promising attack right there so far for the US team, but need to be slightly more dynamic. Looks like US is just settling in. Ooh, off the post. There it is. Sarah Martin, number 6. All right. Woohoo! You know what was cool is that started with kind of a Olay style play that we're used to seeing. Satali setting up the first shot off the kick in, and then the deflection later pulling its way over to Sarah Martin on the opposite side of the court. So she was able to do a nice tap in. I've noticed US is not like an intense high press, but pretty decent pressure up top, keeping Honduras in their own third, even not even their own half, their own third. That's awesome. First ever U.S. women's goal in CONCACAF Futsal Championship history, which is a BS statistic, but we're taking it. Everything is a first right now. One thing I don't like about these streams, if I had to be super picky, and this really I don't think is picky, I think it's just a little sloppy by CONCACAF, is there's no foul ticker. There's no foul markers in the score bug, which I don't understand. They must be using a resource they use for outdoor soccer or beach soccer or something that doesn't have that capability. You are seeing the feed 5 seconds faster than me. Oh no, okay. I will try to delay my reactions starting right now. Sarah Martin with the brace. Did I time it right that time, Ron? I'm gonna pause my stream maybe a couple seconds and then that I'm watching and then reset it. See if I can catch up. 2, 4. The wonderful US of A. You're my warning to get my eyes back up. That's right. Yeah, I was doing. So I was. This is terrible. I was mowing the lawn earlier today, and so I had my earbuds in, and I was listening to the Cuba Panama match, and I was literally turning off the motor to watch the replay on the mower, so I could catch the goals at least. So it took me a little longer than usual to get that old lawn mowed today. That's the life of a futsal fan. So far, 2-0. Both the goals from the U.S. I think have been in transition. Like, well, no, one was a set piece more or less, but not from build-up play. So I'm curious to see once we really get settled into this game, what kind of build-up play we see and what rotations we see. What's the identity of this team? So I'm really excited for that next. Like, if I'm looking for something from the team right now, that's what I'm looking for. Looks like primarily playing a 3-1. The only facts I really have, guys, will be about Satali because she's the only one I really know in the squad, or at least have followed for some period of time. And she also played pro outdoor at Chivas down in Mexico. So very, very talented player in the roster here, which is really cool. Good play. It looks like Honduras is sitting back, waiting for the counter, but they keep overloading one side of the court. Like they'll go from a diamond protecting the middle to like a rotation and kind of like overloading the side of the court the ball's on, making a square. Wonder if they'll get caught out on that. If the U.S. gets a chance to make that diagonal pass, that could be lethal. First opportunity for Honduras there, really. Nothing much in it, though. I was hoping to get an inside scoop from one of the commentators there, but I forgot. Chris Fernandez is actually at the beach soccer finals in Paris right now. So those two events overlapped, and that's a FIFA event. So he's doing that. That kind of takes precedent. That's a great opportunity for him. So originally I was hoping to maybe interview him while he was down there, do a live stream with him with you guys, and kind of pull him into the stream, but bigger opportunities came up, which is awesome. So huge congratulations to Chris. He deserves it. He works hard. Yeah, Honduras likes those counters. The commentator's talking about it right now as they're trying to start one up, but US was able to kind of stop it. Huh. Early timeout from the US there. That's interesting. We're only 6 minutes in and up by 2 goals. That's interesting. I wonder if Coach Barato sees something he really doesn't like, or maybe he sees an opportunity that we're not seizing. Very interesting. Did you guys watch any of the other games today? Anybody watching the whole tournament? I caught almost all of the Costa Rica-Canada match, with the exception of maybe a few minutes, like maybe 5 minutes of gameplay in the middle of the second half. In that Cuba-Panama game I listened to, but really didn't get to watch much of it. Great find. Ooh. Henderson. Yeah, that Costa Rica Canada game was good, and it was a close match. This Group B is going to see someone go home that's a really good team. Definitely a group of death situation there. Oh, Luke, I think I hear you. I don't see you, but I hear you. Oh, you're behind me. How did that happen? All right, hang on. I think I can do this. Can you hear me, Luke? Or are we having the same problem as before? One thing the commentator's saying, guys, is I'm setting Luke up here off to the side. If you guys aren't watching the game, is he's commenting on how Honduras went up 3-1 yesterday against Nicaragua and then let 4 unanswered goals in before they kind of figured it back out, and then ended up 5-5 at the end and then 6-5 in extra time. So just kind of, I think, highlighting the fact that there were some slow moments for Honduras in there where they kind of let the other team get the momentum of the match. So I'm curious to see if they get into this one. I mean, they've got everything to play for, and they're all heart. I'm just curious to see, like, can they keep up with the U.S. compared to a Nicaragua side? That's going to be the big thing. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, guys, you guys are going to see a little behind the scenes as I'm trying to set up Luke here. Oh, you know what it is? I just realized what it is. Okay, guys, I'm going to go off screen for just a minute, and then you will see Luke and I together here in a moment. But we're still here. In fact, you should still be able to hear me. Wow, big goal by Henderson there. Holy cow. That woke up everybody in the room. Show that again. Yeah, there you are. Boom. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Absolute rocket. All right, guys, I know this is weird. Hang in there. Hang in there. Okay. Hey, there we go. Hello? Think so. Let's see if it's pulling to OBS. No. Does it have this like? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, they look really good. Oh, it's going back and forth to. Why is it doing that? Whoever's talking, it shows on the screen. Now I gotta fix my score bug too. Jeez Louise. Oh, does this count? Another foul. Interesting. Interesting. I think that's foul number 2. Trying to keep track on my own since CONCACAF won't. It's so dumb. You know, the AFCON is going on right now for the women, and they have such a cleaner production the whole way round. Like they're really putting us to shame. Tanzania and Morocco through to the World Cup. Man. Luke, are you in director right now? Oh, did you figure out what it was doing? It's so weird. I actually mentioned right before you came on that Chris is at the beach soccer tournament in Paris right now. So he's at their championship. That's a FIFA ran event. So he's actually at a much bigger event that right now. Yeah, still doing it. That's so weird. Yeah. Is it scene options? How do I fix this? Yeah, this is a new one for me. How very bizarre. Let me see. Let's try this. Not. I don't think. Oh, click on that. Let me check the rest of these one here too. How'd that even get put on there? I was cruising around on Uno overlays because my old one was kind of goofed up. Oh, there we go. Now I just need to get a side by side. Add margin to video. No. How do you make it side by side instead of? Okay, let's try. Yeah, this is weird. I think I got it. It's blurry. Now why is it blurry? There, it's catching up. Hey, hi everyone. We can do it. All right. Hey, we figured it out. Perseverance. Now I just need to make us a little larger here. That look okay? Yeah, they definitely fought like crazy to try and make it happen. Unfortunately, an early exit for them. I think it's too early to tell. I think we'll need to see them face some serious competition first. When they face Canada and Costa Rica, we'll really see. Oh, the kits. I mean, this is definitely. Oh, Satali. Ooh, again. Ooh. I do like the white ones with the U.S. like stars and stripes through the collar. White's always clean. I'm a big fan of that. These ones remind me of like a tie-dye shirt a little bit, but they're not the worst we've ever had, but they're not like blowing me away either. Oh, I was a big fan of denim USA kit, but that was also like reminds me of my childhood a little bit. So there's a bit of the nostalgia factor to that too. Ooh, yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. So the first one, Satali had a kick in on the far side of the court, and it was very Ole-esque, where it was like a play off a kick in. Can't hear Luke. Oh, hello. Check. Hang on. Yeah, sure enough. Hang on a second here. Why? All right, let's try. Forcing it at a PL stream. Hey, you got to work to do that. That takes some hard work. That's actually more impressive. Let's see here. Oh, in OBS? Control audio via OBS. All right,
you should have a meter. Check, check, check. Hello, hello.
All right, we got you, but now I've got an echo. Let's see here. I have a duplicate source somewhere. Check, hello.
Do we have echo still? How's our audio? Anybody in the YouTube chat, how's our audio? Ooh, got her.
Check.
Oh, only one foul for Honda. All good?
All right, I got rid of the echo. I might need to play with this a little more. Hang on a sec. Check, hello.
That's 5? And she just got that ball out in front of her a little too much.
Hey, did this work? This is a test.
This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Ooh, long touch. Audio back? We get it? Ooh. Okay. What if we just join the Discord? Yep, yep. We'll jump in. Pivot. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, I think we're set now.
Okay. What if I do this? Can you still hear me?
All right, we are
Okay.
fixed. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. "97 goals until they get to 100." That's right, Roger. We're getting there, chipping away.
Can you still hear me okay, Jake?
I can, yes.
Okay, good.
Guys, if anything's wrong with the stream, just let us know. We'll get it fixed.
We got this. We can do it.
We got this.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I don't know if we were talking about just the liveliness from US, like just showing real pace in play has been so much different than any of these other CONCACAF games that I've watched.
Yeah. I'm thinking of like watching this compared to even the men's last year, and you can just tell that the strategy is better too.
It really is.
It looks like real futsal strategy, and it looks like everyone's bought into the plan. Like they look really in sync.
I think Barato kind of learned his lesson not to kind of like wait and see what they do, or kind of like I don't know what they were doing, but Barato is doing a good job of taking it to these teams, in which we should. You know, the U.S. in outdoor and in futsal should be taking it to CONCACAF.
Ooh, that's a bad giveaway.
Oof.
Ooh. Man, I'll tell you what. Yesterday they would have been on that. I think they're gassed.
Think so?
Yeah, because when I was watching the game yesterday, I mean that was what they were all about, was sprinting onto those balls and ripping a shot.
Yeah, that commentator just said that this is what they're all about.
Yeah,
How many lines is Honduras rolling?
looks like they've got 2 full ones. Rennick? Is that how you say her last name?
Korenic, maybe Korenic. That's another Ole player right there.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the rest of the players.
Banks has been good so far. She has 2 of the goals.
Is she got the captain's armband?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it looks like 2.5 lines ish down there for Honduras.
I gotta watch the comments over here. Ooh.
I like the high press.
Yes,
Ooh.
they should. Ooh.
I'm a little ahead of you guys. Let me pause my stream for just half a second. That was a head knock for sure.
I looked at her leg. Oh, that looked vicious.
Ooh, yeah, it did kind of get tucked behind her there, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think
Whew.
I think you're right. It is her head that she hit the worst.
I feel the hyperextension in the leg later once the head feels better.
Right. Oof. That was a heavy challenge.
Hey, you called it, and the commentator just said it. That was awesome. into halftime here soon. U.S. definitely comfortable, which is good.
Very.
So far, looking good coming out of the gates. Yeah, she looks a little shook up.
Right. Honduras talking, trying to figure out how to get out of this 3-0 hole.
I'm not sure what happened there.
That? Did you get a 4-second call?
Yep, must have been because there was a good kick in otherwise, I think. Very interesting.
Huh.
Honduras just looks tired.
Yeah, they kind of do. Good to see some set pieces off the kick-ins. That's nice.
Yeah. It looks good. Commentator just brought up a pretty good point there. Not a lot of back post runs from the U.S. right now.
Yeah.
It seems like their fixo is sitting way back, both lines.
She's about third court. Third. There she sits again. That's our Captain Banks. I mean, if Honduras isn't going to offer a threat, then why not? Just play conservative. Don't give up goals.
Ooh!
What a goal.
Grand Rapids is proud at the moment.
That's right.
Holy mackerel. That's a great goal.
That is a really good goal.
Good for you, Kirsten.
Oh, that's a hit and a half.
Holy Moses.
Cheeky little turn with a nice left-footed strike.
Holy cow. Off balance as well. Well done.
She's young too, isn't she?
I think so. Let's see. 2002. So she's 23.
I thought she was younger than that. I don't know why.
I guess she's 2 years older than Satali. I didn't realize that either. I thought she was younger for some reason. It's still young, but
Still young.
still a baby by these old guys' standards.
To me, it seems like the women tend to trend a little bit older and they can play later into their lives.
Yeah?
That's what I mean, if I were to kind of.
Never really pay close enough attention, to be honest. Now I'm going to. 30 seconds to go.
Coronek is how he said it.
All right, we can go with that.
Again, that back post was not there. No one home. Wow, that just seems like such a easy giveaway. Why would she do that?
That was weird. Looks like we're just burning out the clock here.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, why force it? You got what you need right now at the moment.
Yeah, Honduras does not look like a spring chicken out there, and U.S. looks pretty fresh.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday's match, and especially going into extra time, I think is
Sure.
making it tough on these guys. All right, we'll do that. Okay, that looks good. What do you guys think in the chat? What do you think so far of the game?
Well, only what is it now, Roger? About 96 more goals.
96 more to go. That's right. Need a big second half here.
I feel like U.S. is holding back.
I agree. Excuse me. It's not even late yet. I agree. I think it kind of looks like they're just kind of going through the paces.
Right.
And in one way, Sure. Like why would you put that extra effort in right now when you know you've got two very good teams ahead of you
It's
that you're
true.
gonna have to face? So I kind of get it. Um, yeah, I don't know. But the
I
other
mean,
thing that's going to be interesting is, does goal differential make a difference at the end of this group, considering who all's involved?
yeah,
If you start exchanging results and it ends up in like a 101 for everybody at the end of the group, or a 201 or 102 or whatever it ends up being, 111, you're going to want that goal diff on the tiebreaker for sure.
yeah.
So only the top two are moving on.
Tournament play is so different. Tournament play is always not the same as someone coming out and playing a league game. The way you handle your players, the way you handle your stamina of each player, the minutes you give them. I've never really quite got my pulse on that type of play. It's just so tricky, especially in ultra competitive play. But
Mm-hmm.
could be a huge factor. Like, how do we play this whole tournament?
Yeah, and you don't want to get complacent to a point that it kills you in a future match, right?
Yeah.
Oops.
But with that being said, too, like, do you come out and make a statement as the United States futsal team, as the United States women's futsal team, and kind of maybe put the fear of the other teams in them, of the United States, and so that when they go in, they kind of are carrying a little swagger about them, and maybe do that kind of big dog intimidation. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think 4-0 is comfortable in futsal. It's not safe, but it's comfortable. So you're in a good spot. Honduras is really, really sitting back, like to a point that I feel like we could just stand on the ball at the half court and be safe,
Right.
which is kind of interesting. I think they're going to be dependent on those counterattacks in the second half too, because I think they feel, definitely there's a physical disadvantage just based on how much they played yesterday. So
Right.
they had just over 24 hours rest, really. I think that kickoff was like at 1 p.m. or 3 p.m. So they've really got their hands full. They're probably hoping for quick bursts of energy, quick counterattacks to collect goals. But um, the other thing I've noticed with Honduras too, and I mentioned it in the first half, and I could be wrong here. This may be incorrectly assessing their style of play, but they're overloading the side of the side of the court where the ball is. And
Yeah.
I think that kind of is somewhat leading into what the commentator was talking about, is that, they're not, US isn't taking advantage of that back post.
Right.
So there's been a couple of times where they've loaded up three players on the strong side of the court. And
Right.
we've just kind of dribbled through them or ticky tack through them instead of just switching the court and utilizing the space. Um, so I'm curious to see if all of that stays the same. We saw that early timeout from Barato. I think he called a timeout within like 6 minutes of the first half, even though we were up 2-0. So I'm
Hmm.
curious to see. Like I didn't see much of a change after that, or at least noticeable to me. That doesn't mean there wasn't a change. It must have been something that he saw that he didn't like, or maybe something we weren't taking advantage of. He wanted to get the word out quick. So I'm curious to see what happens next. What is the message coming out of the locker room at
Right.
halftime? It's gonna be very interesting.
Right. I mean, cheers to Barato. Kind of a tough position to be in.
Yeah.
We Tafa exits unceremoniously again from US. He leads the girls to a 4-0 half on our first time out. For women's. Is this our first time out for women's futsal World Cup qualifying? I think
For that, yes. It's not our first contest, but it's our
no.
first like true test for sure. So those three games against Costa Rica were the first competitive games that a U.S. Women's team futsal team has seen. So you think about like what the 2 years that Tafa had the team that they couldn't get out for a friendly.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of what we need to understand too is when Tafa was running the team, she was sharing the budget with the men,
Yeah.
and the men were active. So I would bet dollars to donuts that there was not budget for her to to schedule friendlies out of the country, or maybe even to
Sure.
host them. Who knows? Um, Whereas when the timing of when Barato got the team, it's like, okay, the men are out of the picture because nothing's
Yeah.
going on. It's the beginning of a cycle, and it's futsal, so there's no annual contest in CONCACAF to worry about. There's no friendlies that the US ever does. So you now have in an entire you basically have two budgets. So that budget we talk about on the channel all the time that is split between all the extended national teams. Now suddenly you have two slices of that pie. So you can spend some of that money to travel to Costa Rica and get those friendlies
Right.
in, which were essential, in my opinion, to this being successful. So when I saw that we were doing that, that gave me a lot of hope for this contest that I didn't have when I did my video at the time of them, analyzing how they would do. But then when I saw, okay, we're actually investing time, multiple camps, one a month for 3 months, including this trip to Costa Rica where you see 3 competitive games. Like, okay, they're doing it right. This is what they should have been doing with the men all along. I'm glad to see they're at least doing it for the women. So that makes me feel a lot more confident in us getting out of this group than maybe I felt a few months ago. So, um, yeah, curious to see how the rest of the week goes because that's where it's really gonna be a test.
Right. So, question: how do you, with this brief one half view of the United States women's futsal team, how do you think we stack up just with this brief insight with world competition? With when, if and when we make it to the World Cup, how do we stack up against the likes of Morocco? How do we stack up against the likes of Argentina? How do we stack up against the likes of Iran or some other European country?
I think we'll do very well to get out of a group and make it to. I don't know how many rounds there's going to be out of the groups. I haven't seen the format yet. Um, there's what 10 teams. Hang on a second. Let me take a look before I answer that question. Let's see.
Man, Panama handled business against Cuba. Whew.
Yeah, they thumped them. That could have been a lot worse than it was from the sounds of things. Let's see. 16 participating teams, which will be split into 4 groups of 4. Top 2 progressing to a quarter. Okay. So, considering that field size, I think we should definitely make it into the quarterfinal. And I think it is realistic to say, depending on how that draw goes, that we should make it to a semifinal. To get down to the nitty gritty of your question, I don't think that this. I mean, it's hard to tell in one half, like you said when you
Sure.
teed up the question. But I'm watching AFCON, and I don't think this team beats Morocco. And I watched a few of the Copa America games, not as many as I wanted to, but I don't think this team beats Brazil. I think they
Yeah.
could keep up with Argentina, and that could be a coin toss. I think they could keep up with like a Hungary, a team like that, or a Ukraine that typically is in those elite contests in Europe. But can they keep up with Spain or Portugal? I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
TBD. I think that the game against Costa Rica and Canada will tell a lot. And if the United States makes it out of the group, they should absolutely qualify for the World Cup. Absolutely 100%.
Yes.
Because the group A is super weak. Super, super weak.
Yeah. I think, realistically, and this is what I think this for men's competition as well, any competition, soccer, futsal, whatever, we should be by far the superior force in CONCACAF. There's no excuse for us not winning CONCACAF handily. Every single year, every single qualifying tournament. To me, that's the measuring stick. If we can come out of CONCACAF shining, then we can really start talking about, okay, where do we stack up in the World Cup? When the men are struggling even to get into, qualifying out of CONCACAF, you're like, you have no chance. You have none chance in the World Cup. Sorry. until you can handily beat CONCACAF, I'm sorry, just bag it. You're not going to do anything in the World Cup. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think CONCACAF is definitely one of the weaker federations in futsal.
Right.
So when you don't make it out of that, you're definitely not. When we made it out in 21-22, I think everybody really knew, like, hey, the fact that we made it is a success.
Yeah.
I think most people knew that. And I talked to one of the coaches at the time, and they weren't even sure they'd make it out of CONCACAF then. Like, that was a major success to them that they qualified, let alone made it to the final. So
Right.
we got a long ways to go. But you look at I would say even a Thailand may be tough for US. Well, no, I take that back. But I think like Argentina, Portugal, Spain, Brazil will all be very difficult to beat.
Yeah.
Which isn't a surprise to anyone. That's it's a cheap statement. Like, of course, of course that would be the case. But I'm curious to see what happens next. Like, I know what are the teams that are qualified so far is the next question, I think.
I was going to ask earlier, do you know what confederations are participating? Is there some that aren't? I mean, it's
they all are. I know that
they
for
all
sure.
are.
Argentina, and Brazil, and Colombia all qualified as top 3 teams from CONMEBOL.
Okay.
And then New Zealand made it through. I know that they won Oceania, which isn't a surprise. Morocco and Tanzania just made it through this week. They just earned their right this week. And then Europe is Spain, Portugal, Poland kind of shocked everybody and made it in, and Italy.
Italy.
Yeah, so like, when you think of the UEFA women's contest that's been going on forever, granted, at that time, there were not very many women's teams across Europe in general.
Right.
But, Ukraine, always a part of that. Hungary, typically a part of that. So to not see either of those teams make it through is interesting. Do we see shakeups in those countries because of that? Will be interesting to see. And then, of course, Philippines is host. So only 2 make it out of CONCACAF. And the AFC does not have their contest until mid-May. I don't remember when. I just know it's in May sometime. I want to say like the 2nd or 3rd week of May. So we'll know by this weekend who's making it through for us for CONCACAF.
Yeah. And the World Cup's in November, correct?
September, I thought.
Huh. September?
I think so.
I could have sworn it was November.
Oh, no, November. You're right. What am I thinking? Why was I thinking September?
You're making me think I'm having a stroke over here.
I think it's November 21st. For some reason, the 21st is sticking in my head. What's the 21st? What day of the week is that? It's a Friday.
Yeah.
And then I think it goes for 3 weeks.
Dang. We're going to be busy.
Busy. I wonder what the time zone difference is. Anybody know what time it is in the Philippines right now?
It's got to be like opposite almost, because when I was in Thailand, it was almost opposite.
Yeah, it's exactly 12-hour difference.
Yep.
Huh.
Well, maybe we won't be busy.
Right after Thanksgiving here in the USA. Yeah, that's right, Ron. Yep, you're absolutely right. I want to say it's the 21st. Yeah, I just found it on FIFA. It is the 21st. A little Thanksgiving turkey, and then we're off to enjoying the rest of the.
Did we have a goalie switch for US?
Did we have a goalie switch for US? Why do I have an echo?
I just got that double too.
Oh, I figured it out. Sorry. I was clicking on some settings. My bad. I don't think so. I think that's the same keeper.
Okay. Yeah, they were warming up at halftime. I don't know the team well enough to understand if it was a switch or not.
No, I think that's the same as the first half goalkeeper, the blonde.
Just barely caught her last name, and I want to say Dornenball, but that's one of my students.
Sticking in your head.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna unmute here. Yeah, Banks is looking good. He's been on that game.
Huh.
Unfortunately, we don't get many looks at our goalkeeper.
Yeah, fortunately, unfortunately, something like that. Hopefully, your keeper is the most bored person on the court.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, not a problem.
So great to see Satali out there, and
Yeah,
I can't remember how you said her last name. Just the
Pearson.
Grand Rapids Olay futsal players, such a great thing.
Yeah, Satali's had some great highlights within the NFPL this season. They had a women's division, so I'm looking forward to seeing what she puts together during this tournament.
Right.
And and that rocket of a shot for goal number
Mhm.
4 from Pearson was certainly highlight worthy.
Wow.
The high press has been good from the U.S. I will say that right off the rip. I've liked it.
Honduras is just crumbling under it.
Ooh, good
Ooh.
keeper. I always wondered how like the kits work with all these extended teams across all countries because like when you look at a Brazil kit for futsal,
Yeah.
it has the appropriate number of stars above the crest for their World Cup wins.
Oh, really?
But like you look at the US
Ah.
kits right now, they've got the 4 outdoor World Cup stars above the crest.
Yeah.
Technically,
Technically, we've not won anything.
technically no one's won anything.
Right.
Ooh, those are some big steps. This man's got a stride.
Whoa, that is a
Does
lengthy
that feel
walk
like
off.
a big 5 meters to you?
That is a long 5 meters.
I mean, he was really those knees were fully, extended. His legs
Right?
were extended.
I think they did make a keeper switch.
Oh, did they?
I think they did. Because he said something about a different name than I thought it was in a first save or something.
But yeah, you're right. I
Yeah,
just
it's
flipped back
definitely
to the
different.
first half. Yep, definitely.
Yeah, she's on the bench right there. I can see her. That was our first half goalie.
Oops, my bad. Nice. Nice little save there. Oh. Excuse me. Kind of a slow start to the second
Yeah,
half.
not
A
much
lot
chance
of like
taking.
I don't know.
And we talked about this. I think when did we talk about this? Um, I don't know if we're off stream or what, but a lot of watching some of the non-native futsal players kind of kick at the ball. as
Hmm.
to you see like kind of like versed and veteran futsal players don't really kick at the ball in the tackle. You'll see a lot of them step on the ball and try and rip it out. And like kind of in a one-on-one, both people trying to get the ball. I've noticed that like a lot of people like step on it and try and rip the ball out and control as opposed to like kicking at it. That's one thing I've
Hmm.
noticed from like kind of more crossover outdoor indoor players. Um, a lot of top of the like sole of the foot with futsal players.
I think I can't, again, you're right. I don't remember when we talked about it, but we were talking about AFCON, and I think I'd mentioned that, like, you could tell that
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah,
it was that last watch party we did. What were we watching? Oh, the
I can't
NFPL
remember.
final.
Oh, there we go.
It was only a few days ago, too. I'm losing my mind. Come on. Oh, yeah, well, I think we were talking about it during the NFPL final watch party that, like, watching AFCON, the teams that didn't do well, you could tell that they were outdoor players. Very
Right,
athletic, gifted women, but just clearly hadn't practiced futsal for a long time.
right.
Lack of control of the ball because of those little nuances that make a difference.
Hmm.
Grief. There he is.
There's the man.
Man, I think she was fairly. I think that was a Barato find, wasn't it? I don't think she was in the most of the camps with.
Who?
I think her first name's Viet Thai Tran.
Yeah. Huh. Illegal kicking.
Let me see. I know that that's a California team.
Ooh.
California. Yeah, I cannot remember if she was part of that group or not.
Interesting. US immediately got the ball and immediately turned negative. Like she won that 50-50, immediately turned around backwards. And she had room to play forward.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Interesting. That's a nice play. Man, it's just nobody seems to have a handle on the game just yet.
No.
Second half.
I mean, Honduras could have gone to the locker room and tidied up a few things and kind of plugged some holes, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
In
but
what
it
was
just
working
feels like
first half for them.
everything feels just kind of like I don't want to say panicked because like it's not like they're moving fast and doing turnovers, but it just doesn't feel like the US has the same ball control they had in the first half.
Right.
Okay, so this should now they're moving forward. Now there's some build up. Ooh,
Foul.
no?
Ooh. Wow.
Really? Okay.
That's an interesting no call.
Oh, there was a really bad one in the Canada Costa Rica game.
Eesh.
Really, really bad. Like a tackle from behind on a Canadian player from a Costa Rican player, knee in the back of the leg as they slide
Oof.
tackled from behind, and no call.
Mm.
No call, no like it probably should have been a card.
Yikes.
And I'm pretty sure it was inside the arc. If not, it was very, very close.
Ugh.
That's got to be a rolling foul.
Ooh.
Yeah, thank
He
you.
called it back.
Jeez. Yeah, wow. Goodness gracious.
That's late.
All right, do we see a set piece here? Set piece goal. Satali, is that Satali over the ball?
That's
It
Satali.
is.
She's back on.
We know she knows set pieces.
That's right. She learned from the best.
At School of Fabian. She was at the FCS final. I didn't get a chance to talk to her, but to be fair, she doesn't know me, so I didn't want to
I think I remember seeing her in the stands.
Yeah. I think she traveled there with Fabian's sister-in-law, I want to say. I think there's a relation in there somewhere. Oh, anybody?
Oh, Jake, I'm having to educate Jared that we're in the CONCACAF qualifying for futsal.
What? Where is he?
he's texted me about the third half, and I'm like, you do realize the women are playing that night too?
Uh-oh. Come to get in here.
I know, right? Come on, man.
That's a nice little move by Honduras. Ooh, rolling foul going to be coming back there. Oh, no, he said play on. Okay, cool. Oh, there it is. There he gave it. Rolling foul. Tell him, Diego. I mean,
Ooh, nutmegged her.
yeah, and that's the right call. I think we're technically closer on that kick in than when the referee told us to move backwards. That was funny.
She must have got a Charlie horse.
Yeah, looks like it. Huh. Here we go. See some build-up play. Are we doing too many one-on-ones, you think?
The interplay has slowed down quite a bit. Like, it seems like we're trying to really hit that pivot up top.
A little pass.
Mm.
Is that what he's supposed to do?
I don't.
What?
To me, it looked like she went down pretty easy.
Yeah, but I don't think. Ron, if you're still in
What?
the chat, I'd be curious your take. But I thought a referee told me once that if it's not like an obvious head injury issue, that the play's supposed to continue. I thought, but
Right.
I admittedly I don't know enough to confidently answer any kind of referee like decision making questions. I've never felt confident in that.
I'd like to see him run at Honduras a little bit more on the counter. That's just me,
Boom.
though. This is good.
Oh.
Ooh. Speaking of
Save.
which,
Yeah,
nice
I'd
little
like to
give and
see
go.
it on her neck. Ah, okay. So potential head neck injury thing was why they stopped that. Okay. I'm on board with that.
I think we really need to get that fifth goal.
We gotta do something because 6.5 minutes and really not a lot to show for it, I don't think.
You don't want the game to turn stale and let Honduras peek in and get a goal. I just don't think you want to do that with them. Let them get momentum. I just think you shut them out. Koronek.
Okay.
Man, I got to remember how to say that. Koronek.
Big old volley. Oh, all right. We've been doing a lot of short restarts, it looks like, off the kick-ins too. I wonder if that's going to be a regular thing for the tournament.
Tolly's not scared to take that shot.
Mm-mm. And she gets the corner. Dummy it. Yeah. I like that play.
The little second dummy.
Yeah, that's something that I've taught the kids to do, is that exact setup where you line 2 players up diagonally with the corner taker. And then the idea is you have several options then at that point. You can either the first person that comes to it takes the shot, or they dummy it and give it to the second person who takes a shot,
Yep.
or the first person can roll it back to the corner kick taker and hopefully punch it through the line.
Right.
Or the second person can switch to back post. So you have like 3 or 4 options, all by overloading one side of the court on that corner kick.
Right.
The risky bit of it is the chance of a corner or turning it into a counter.
Right.
Timeout.
Yeah, I think USA needs to stamp something on this pretty soon.
Yeah. So is the entire Honduran team short, or is their coach really tall?
I think Hondurans are by a race really native. Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of native blood in them. When I went there's a lot of like native looking people. I don't think the Spanish quite infiltrated as much and mixed. I think, as a statured Native Americans are a little bit, especially in the Central American, are a little bit shorter. That's what I see is usually the more native people looking more Indian tend to have that shorter stature down there.
Diego wanting to see more runs.
Yep.
I think that's good. I think that's good advice. I like what he's saying.
See what we do here. And that ball is
Oh,
really
wow.
rolling around over there. Looks like the girls got pretty good handles on the ball. I like seeing that. Goal.
Yeah. All right. Back heel.
A little behind the back.
Great initial shot from Henderson. Woo! I like that.
Beautiful.
Little revenge for the ball shove, I think, earlier, too, whether she meant it or not.
Got a couple of goals coming out of Grand Rapids Olay.
Yeah.
Couple mitten goals.
Henderson with 1. I think Banks had the other 2, if I remember right, or was it
Yeah, I
Martin?
think Banks had 2.
Or was it Sarah Martin?
I thought he said Banks had 2. I don't know, though.
Carly Banks is one of the older players on the team. Her and Paige Pearson, number 10.
Oh,
Both
turnover.
born in 1990. Those old fossils.
Oh,
you want that one back.
I've missed those before. They don't feel any better.
Another thing I'm really liking so far, this is really the first time we've gotten to see Diego coach like live.
True.
I really appreciate an animated coach that is like being that 6th set of eyes and shouting what he's seen to the players. When I was a kid, and even in high school, the only two voices I ever heard out of the crowd were my coach and my dad. And it was
Right.
like, you get those like trusted voices in your ear, and I like seeing that kind of brings me back to those moments of my own amateur playing days, of nothing of importance, but like he's clearly very invested in this, which I think. Oh, okay.
Ooh, cheeky.
But yeah, I like that he clearly sees something and is addressing it. And I think we didn't see a lot of leadership out of the last coach for the men. So
Right.
hopefully this is how he's handling. I mean, not hopefully. Obviously, if he's doing this now, this is how he handles the men's team too. So I like this. I like this.
And when we were watching the qualifying for the men, what was that, a couple years ago? A year
A
ago?
year ago, yeah,
They would just stand in the corners. I remember watching
yeah,
them pass around the outside. Like, look at all the movement in the middle with the girls. Like the penetration going straight down the middle, causing something to happen. It's just so much more entertaining to watch than, man, the men just passed around the outside. And I was like, wow,
yeah,
is this really what we're gonna do?
yeah. Right. Ooh,
Wait,
great shot.
ooh.
Ooh, pushed it away. Honduras setting up in the traditional Y formation to defend the corner. Ooh,
She's getting peppered.
yeah. Interesting take from the commentator there. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
So if you guys are watching here and didn't hear that, he was saying how if you're Costa Rica or Canada and you're watching this game and you're taking any notes from the Honduran side, like they're not going to overwhelm you with pressure or with, but they're looking for the counter, which we talked about as well. But like how tough it's going to be to get past that goalkeeper.
Right.
Probably something that's weird to hear when a team is losing 5-0. That hey, this goalkeeper is tough to get by, but I think we saw that ourselves in FCS with a team like Imperial. They had some struggles
Hmm.
with results, but their goalkeeper was definitely one of the best in the league, even though it didn't show always on the scoreboard. When you really got down into the stats, the numbers, the saves, and things. Nice, nice. All right. Cool.
You're right, Martin. She has a hat trick now. He just said she got a hat trick.
Awesome. Hey, I did keep up. That's good. Okay.
Oof.
So that's the problem now. Is Honduras is tired and they're not
Hmm.
covering enough of the court to support their goalkeeper that's that good. So you have, your goalkeeper can't cover everything. So she
Yeah.
had that near post locked down, but a simple pass to the back post and you're opened up. So
Right.
again, talking about when we think about like the goalkeepers that maybe don't get enough credit because their teams don't do well.
Right. I think one thing US needs to be careful of here is don't slip on a banana, and obviously don't go toe to toe with Honduras. Like if they're going to go in hard on challenges, back out because they're tired, they're frustrated, they're down, they probably have nothing to lose. You don't if
Oh,
Barato's smart, he's like, talk to your girls and be like, hey man, if it's you or them, just let them have it. Like we'll live to fight another day. Like you don't want to get an injury early in the tournament.
I think that's their first shot of the half right there. Speaking of, oh, I'm getting an Amber Alert. No, I'm not. I have a tornado warning. Okay,
Well, at
well,
least you're in the basement.
I am already in the basement, but let me collect my girls. You guys may hear some background noise now, but
Got it.
Luke, you mind handling this until I get back?
No, it's all good. It's all
All
good. Be
right, man.
safe.
Terrible streamer. Look at this. Ugh. I'll be back.
Tornadoes. Well, he is in a likely tornado area, so you kind of got to heed that. I could see Honduras scoring here, and we need to be careful. What are they going to do here? Honduras has nothing to lose. They're down 6 with 10 minutes to go. They got to do something. I bet she's going to shoot. Well, no. Wow. What a waste of a free kick. You got to do better with it. It just seemed disorganized. That's stuff you got to work out in practice. Come on, Honduras. Corner. Man, just wasted after wasted after wasted opportunities. Honduras really need to capitalize on those chances they get. US content to play with 3 back and 1 up. Not take too many chances at all. Wow. What a chance. What a great ball. Banks just couldn't get her feet sorted out. Just Honduras has no ideas. None. I mean, to turn a shot to nowhere. Not a good angle, not a good setup. It's a good shot. It's from a long way out. I mean, it's hopeful. Oof. Honduras. If you're Honduras, what are you even saying in this moment? You're down by 6. Nothing's looking very good. Tough days for Honduras. Good stuff from US. Keeping it neat and tidy. Not really much to say. US having a dominant performance, looking good from the coaching staff, looking good from the players. Scoring all the goals they should. Could be a little bit more clinical on their finishing, but man, 6 goals is a lot of goals to speak for. Great pressure. Great press from US.
Hello. Back.
Do these usually happen and blow over? Or is this if you get something that's serious?
They usually happen to blow over.
Hmm.
I might have to come back. Hang on.
I don't want to stream, Dad. I don't want to stream. And US just taking it easy. Play the ball into the pivot, lay it off, have a shot. Three players sitting back, just played into the one player. Man. Yeah. It's a good fight down in the corner. Rocking the sendas. What a oh, what a ball. She's gonna want that back. Wide open goal. Oof. Oof.
All right. Did I miss anything?
No, not a lot.
No.
We did have a wide open net opportunity. Just kind of
Oh,
someone
really?
played to the back post who just couldn't tuck it away. A little bit of an odd angle.
Mm. Well, yeah, to answer your question, I we've had I feel like the last 2 years we've had way more tornado warnings than we used to,
Hmm.
but we haven't had like a proper touchdown in our town. Ooh, wow.
Whoa!
She's got a foot.
Great goals.
Both her
You know, it's
shots have been
interesting.
rockets.
A lot of there's two goals scored over the top of the goalkeeper,
Oh,
like
my
directly
keyboard's
over the
unplugged.
top.
Yeah, that's huh. Yeah, we've definitely had more tornado warnings lately, but I don't think we've had like a proper touchdown in our town. Ooh,
Oof.
there's real opportunity for Honduras, it felt like. since like the 90s, I think, because I was a kid
Hmm,
last time we had like an actual tornado rip through. My parents' woods actually still has a scar through it from where the tornado was.
interesting.
Yeah.
Good kick save.
What's that, Molly? Me? Oh, like I was down in the basement down here, so I don't see anything that's going on. If I wouldn't have gotten that alert on my phone, I would have never known.
Uh,
But like outside, it's weird because today in the afternoon we were supposed to get a storm come through, like a thunderstorm, decent
yeah,
sized, and it never really happened. We had like 5 minutes of strong rain, and that was it.
yeah.
And then now we're getting a tornado warning, and we weren't supposed to have any severe weather tonight. So that's that's probably the thing about Ohio is like in the springtime the weather's just unpredictable. You don't know
Just
for sure what
wild.
you're gonna
Yeah.
get.
Right.
But like it's weird because there's zero wind outside right now,
Is it
but
the
there's a
calm
lot of
before the
lightning.
storm?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. Like when I was collecting the girl, like I collected some extra diapers and stuff just in case, real quick
Right.
while I was grabbing the girls and grabbed our water filter and brought it down and just like really little stuff to grab on the fly. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I did it. And and so I took a peek outside after I got the kids downstairs and like, our neighbors, like we got like a couple of neighbors out the end of their driveway watching, trying to see it and stuff if there's actually a tornado or not. It's like lightning like crazy. Future storm chasers, I guess.
There you go.
Let's see. There's a guy I follow on YouTube that's usually live for severe weather. I'm gonna see if he's covering Ohio right now.
Oof. Did Honduras make a goalie change? Is that the alternate goalie?
Yeah, it is. That's a different goalie.
Hmm. Honduras just has no ideas on how to combat with this U.S. team.
No, it seems that way, doesn't it? Nice shot.
Ooh, ooh. Hmm. Uh-oh.
Someone forgot to pay the bill. How do I have a tornado and I got power and these guys?
Well, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Huh.
You almost thought that, like, the lasers were gonna come on, the fog was gonna come
Yeah, I
on,
was
and
waiting for like a big old rave.
Well, that is interesting. I think I've seen little blooper reels of that happening, but I've never been watching a game where the lights just pop off. Well, they didn't lose internet.
Yeah, that's what's weird,
The
right? Is they've
feed's
got
still the feed's still going.
didn't kill the feed. What the hell's going on down there? Are the lights warming back up now?
Seems like it. Hopefully, they're not like those. What are those types of lights that take forever to warm up?
Oh, is that fluorescent? Is that fluorescent?
I don't know. There's some like
I can picture them. I just can't remember what they're called because I'm an idiot.
yeah. Usually, all the buildings that used to have them, like you just see them all get replaced with LED, so it's just on off.
Yeah. My usual weather guy on YouTube's covering Texas.
Yeah, the lights seem to be coming back on.
Oh, that angle doesn't look as good. Just the floodlights, it looks like. Didn't see this coming.
No. Oof. I just wanted to see this one out, and now they have to wait. They did play the rave music. We got the music.
Yeah,
we
they
just
got the
need the
music
glow
going.
sticks. So strange.
So I have on the side here, 'cause I'm a terrible streamer. This I'm keeping an eye on the weather,
Yeah.
and this chat's going ballistic because Ohio's not covered, but there's a bunch of Ohioans in the chat, and there's somebody in the town right next to me that's saying that the tornado is let's see, West Salem. It's southwest of us, so we should be fine. Okay. We just put our 3-year-old down. I mean,
Oh, she was asleep.
yeah, she'd just fallen asleep.
Yikes! That's
Yeah, and
always
then
a
our
rough
1-year-old has
week.
been asleep for about an hour, probably more actually.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so where this tornado is like, I mean, we definitely should have gotten a tornado warning. I'm not saying it's not merited, but in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of far away from us, so we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So that's good news. I saw some people in this chat saying that Medina, which is kind of close to me, probably the same distance as this other area they're saying the tornado's in, but north of me. Like, so I've got bad weather north and south of me at the moment, and I think that's what's causing all that craziness.
Hmm. Well, I'm done listening to the techno music.
Yeah,
Put
what
that
the
on
heck?
mute.
I wonder what happened. I wonder why the power got killed.
That's strange.
Huh.
You just think they could come on, just turn the lights on. What's going on?
Yeah, I wonder if like there's a technical issue because it should be an easy flip,
Right.
unless it's not accessible without a. Someone called out my hometown in this chat. They said that we're good so far. That's good. Sorry, I'm so distracted right now.
Yeah, you're good.
So Akron right now has like purple sky. Like the sky is actually like a dark purple right now.
Huh.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That is wild.
I wonder if I can pull a camera there. You know, now they got all these cameras everywhere that they can tap into.
Right.
Yeah, so okay. I'm not sure how much of this I want to share that people know where I live, but since there's nothing else going on. this is kind of like, oh, they took away the big one. There was like a really big storm right here in red.
Yeah.
Like here's Akron here.
Yeah.
But if you guys go on weather-wise, you can like click on this where the big stuff is right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've already derated it to severe thunderstorm. Yeah, it's, hang on, I'm gonna tell my wife something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got to move the kids back upstairs
You're good.
because we are clear, and then I will be back. We're not missing anything anyway. So
No, I'll sing and
yeah,
dance.
I'll be right. Yeah, yeah, do your thing.
That is a joke. I will not be singing and I will not be dancing. Did anyone in the chat catch the NFPL final? The National Futsal Premier League final. Did anybody catch it? And if you did, what are your thoughts? Did the correct team win? My thoughts were it was a fantastic game. A little bit bummed on the production side. Felt like they kind of could have splurged a little bit more to give us a better view of the game. Well played on both sides. I had Futsal Factory Top to win it, but as soon as it went to penalty overtime and penalty kicks, I said penalty kicks. The way that Jared Williams was playing, Jared Williams, I think that's his name, was playing. The Borussia keeper was playing. I was like, "There's no way Michigan beats him in a shootout. He's just playing way too well." No offense and no slight to Robert Dameron. He played excellent. I just don't think he's as good of a shot stopper in a penalty situation as the Borussia goalie. Jared Williams, I think that's it. Hopefully, I'm saying it right. But what goes into they trade goals back and forth. Ends up tying. Goes into overtime. Ends up going into a shootout. Borussia has an excellent shootout. Saves I think 3 of them, and Michigan just couldn't keep up the pace with them, and ends up dropping the final to Borussia. Borussia wins. Yeah, really entertaining game, really fun stuff. If you didn't catch it or if you didn't have a chance to watch it, I highly suggest going back and watch it. Great game. I wonder when we play after this. I wonder if they're gonna. Let's see. Not that. Not that. Okay, here's this. Because this is gonna push the next game, which is Guatemala versus Mexico. That's going to push the kick time for that game. Guatemala, Mexico. They're still shooting for 8 o'clock kick. We'll see. We'll see about that. We will see about that. I'm almost guaranteeing. It says live in 70 minutes on the YouTube channel. Game delayed. Yeah, we'll see. Whoa, sorry for yawning, man. Woo! What a day. And it's only Tuesday.
All right.
Well,
Did they cut away?
they've put up a delayed graphic, and then they finally just cut to this. They just cut to this.
Oh, this thing that they play 800 times during halftime.
Yeah, right. I wish they'd
Ways.
at least play highlights, play all the goals and repeat.
Yeah.
I was just saying in the chat that I don't know, but I think this will push the kickoff time for Guatemala, Mexico.
Yeah, because that game was that game was meant to be at 10.
Yeah. It says live in 70 minutes.
Yeah, we got a lot of thunder and lightning upstairs, but that's about it.
All bark, no bite.
So far, which is good. I mean, we've got some yellow and red in our future that we might get clipped by, but they've already derated the tornadoes, so we should be good. You know, it's weird because like where I live, I'm pretty close to Akron,
Yeah.
and I like there's a lot of area like to the west of me that's more wide open and rural, and they see tornadoes pretty frequent.
Yeah.
So like we often
Huh.
get tornado warnings because of that.
Hmm. So did you decide whether or not you're going to stay up for the Guatemala Mexico game or no?
I think I will. I think I'll
Okay.
try and stay up for it. What about you?
I
Right over your
have
dinner time, isn't it?
yeah, I was hoping to get out of here pretty quick because I can go have dinner, and then I got a meeting for third half podcast to try and get things set up for that.
Ooh, cool.
Um, but I was like, hey, did you know that the women are playing the night you want to stream? I was like, do you want to do that? I don't know. I was like, okay. So we'll see what he says. Because he had no idea. He was like, Jared's like, what did he say to me? I said, just so you know, women's are playing Thursday night. And he's like, okay, sweet. He's like, is it a friendly or a tournament match? I'm like, brother, come on.
Oh, geez. Come on now.
Come on, Jared.
Come on now.
Some of your league is represented.
It's true. I did see he posted the what's it called? The thumbnail and everything for it already.
Yeah. I didn't see the thumbnail.
So yeah, guys, if you're watching with us and waiting, Honduras and United States match is currently delayed. And it's because there's no lights on. So not sure what happened. But it looks like we might be coming back here. They did say power outage. Interesting.
Really?
So I wonder if the internet was running on a generator with the floodlights or something.
Whoever was running the stream, props to them because they had a failsafe for sure.
Yeah, good for them. That's awesome.
Props to them.
We've probably lost all of our viewership because of this, but you can see the teams are starting to warm up again as the lights start to warm up.
Right.
So, or at least the United States is staying loose. $7-0, USA. USA.
As it should be.
Yes.
It should be.
I mean, this Honduran side should have never put up a challenge because, this is a team that played yesterday, is tired after playing extra time.
Mm-hmm.
What's really going to be a challenge for the United States is, I think, they presented well against Costa Rica in their friendlies, but now they have to face them tomorrow after playing a game tonight, whereas they had a couple of days rest in between matches last time. Now Costa Rica has the same thing, but they have a slightly more rest because they played at 1 p.m. today.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got a little over a full day, whereas US only has 24 hours to figure it out. And then they have to do the exact same thing the next day when they face Canada.
Yeah.
So curious to see what that means as far as like how the sharpness of all these teams, especially in this group of death.
Right.
All right, we are back in action. 3.5 to go. Holy moly.
Ooh.
Wow.
Double her over.
If you guys are sticking with us, thanks for being in the chat. We appreciate it. It's probably felt weird because we've had a power outage in Guatemala City and we've had a tornado by me. So it's just like a weird night.
It's all over the place.
It's a weird night for everybody.
That is.
Oops. I have family all through the line of this storm too, so my family chat's like kind of going ballistic at the moment. Future in-laws that were like where the tornado was spotted as well, so they're saying all they had was a light bit of rain in the area they were in, but my 1-year-old was pissed. She did not like that fire drill.
Nope.
I don't know how much you guys saw of her on the stream when I tried to bring her over here. Normally when she's downstairs, she insists on playing with my keyboard. So I just unplug it while something's going on the computer so she can't flip to something else or message somebody gibberish. And even that, she was having none of it.
She's like, I want to go to bed.
I just want to be in bed right now. And I carried her up to bed and she was mad about that.
She's mad about life.
Just genuinely pissed about just about everything at the moment. My older dog's a big scaredy cat of thunder and lightning, so she's my foot warmer at the moment.
Save me.
Yeah.
We have to give our dog the calming drugs for fireworks and all that. Yeah.
I have flirted with the idea of doing that, and I just haven't done it. Like, we usually just lock her in the basement, so it's a nice, quiet, calm place.
Yeah.
But even the fact that, like, it's dog ears, they can hear better than us, and I've got noise-canceling headphones on, so who knows what it sounds like to her. But usually, so long as I'm touching her, she's good. So
yeah. Oh man, it freaks out my dog. She's a nervous wreck.
Oh really?
Yeah.
My younger dog, he doesn't even notice. Like last year during the 4th of July, he's literally just standing out in the middle of the backyard while there's fireworks going off, like looking at me all happy, smiling. Didn't even know anything was going on. Huh. I don't know if Kirsten caught that player on the backswing, like as she was whipping around for the volley, but I don't know why they went down.
I don't know.
He caught her across the ribs or something.
I thought she's her follow through caught her.
Oh, maybe. Do you think she caught her with her leg?
Yeah, like she was
finally a replay. Oh yeah, kicking the ribs.
Yeah, that didn't look like much. That didn't look like much.
Yeah, usually slow motion makes a kiss look like assault, but like that that actually made it look less than when it was full speed.
Right.
Oh, come on. One time. Nah, maybe not that way. That's Martin, though. She's got a hat trick, right?
Yeah, she's on a hat trick.
Being humble. We'll just kick it this side. The other thing I'm curious about, if anybody in the chat knows the answer to this, because I do not, and I'm willing to admit it, but why do the regional federation, like the regional federations, why do they always book these massive venues that they can't
I
fill?
know. I know. I don't get it.
Seems like a waste of money that they could have put in, I don't know, making an actual score bug that has the information on it we want.
Or replays in a timely manner.
Or like and if I'm going to be extra nitpicky, like not a, ooh.
Oof. Well, she's hurt again.
Same player?
I think so.
Looks like it. Yeah, number 7. Yeah. She's gassed. That break probably didn't help, actually, because it just tightens you up, gets you cold.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think she kicked the ground.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
On that scoop, I think she's trying to scoop. I think she kicked the ground. I've done that. It hurts so bad.
Well, they're taking her off this time.
Kicking the ground hurts.
Yeah, it's not fun. I've done it before, and in an attempt to catch a volley low, like I lined up on it late, so I tried to volley a ball right before it hit the ground, and I should have just had a touch instead, and I kicked the ground and then the ball and skied the shot, and none of it was worth it,
Pain and
none
humiliation.
of it was worth the pain. Yeah. Pain in my soul, my pain in my foot, all of it. Yeah, I was just saying that looked like it was rolling.
I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of balls rolling on the surface. Is it the surface? Is it the ball? I don't know. The ball does not want to sit.
It looks properly flat, but I don't know.
Yes, it has been.
Mm-hmm. I feel like all we've seen are short touches in for the
A little bit of battle going on.
Yeah. I mean, as there should be in those cases. I mean, that's what the line's for. Yes, yes, yes.
That mark right there on the floor.
Ooh. Oh, come on.
Ooh.
Come on. Wow.
Wow. That keeper came up huge.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy cow. Show the whole thing in the replay, please. Great. Wow. Way to palm that. Look at the kid's face in the background if they show it again. Yeah. That's a Guatemala fan, too. Like that's just good futsal. Everybody's loving that. That's good stuff. Yeah, the kid that's got the ball right now that's throwing it back down to the court after that first save, his mouth is just like, oh. I love it.
That's great. Oof.
I mean, at the end of the day, doesn't make a big difference, that one goal, but nice little play by Martin.
Some handles.
Wow. Okay, there's our final, guys. 7-0 at full time. Definitely the most convincing win of the day so far.
Definitely most convincing win. Poor Honduras. I watched them versus Nicaragua, and I was like, USA is gonna have a heyday with them. They just didn't look up for it. Based
Yeah,
on the physicality of the United States, I knew what they were gonna bring, just purely physical. I just think they had them outmatched from the start, from the jump.
I think so too. Yeah, that was a. I mean, that was a fair result, I think, for the play.
Yeah,
Slow second half for the United States. No other team they face this tournament's going to let them do that, but
no,
get that kind of stuff out now.
right.
Good result though. Happy with that.
It's good going in, feeling nice and confident. Hopefully, they don't take that confidence into what would be the word? Apathy. I hope
Mm,
they take with it and run and don't rock back and just keep attacking these teams and lighten up CONCACAF because honestly, like I said, you need to. You need to light up
yeah.
CONCACAF.
Yeah, they really need to. They need to express dominance. They need to make a statement, especially if they're going to head towards the World Cup. Um, it's got to happen in a big way. And I think that women's sports as a whole in the United States is so mature that athleticism alone should carry a lot
Yes.
of the payload of what the United States needs to succeed in general. But uh, outside of that, I want to say too, I want to give the girls credit. Most of them I noticed are playing futsal. They're using the
Right.
proper parts of their foot. They're trying to cut back to the middle for, they're playing wide and then trying to find the middle for runs. They're
Yeah.
doing a lot of the basic fundamentals that we love to see with our youth. And yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm happy to see it. Whereas when we watched the men last year, it was disappointing the whole way round. It was the complete opposite of what we just saw. Bad
Right.
attitude of the men compared to the good attitude of the women.
Mm-hmm.
Real futsal compared to indoor soccer players that are shooting for a wall pass instead of actually passing to the player's feet.
Mm-hmm.
Playing whistle to whistle, like all these things that were an issue before. And one of my concerns when Barato was appointed was he was part of that men's squad that didn't have a good attitude and didn't step up to the challenge. And I worried like what his leadership qualities would be like. But so far, seeing him on the sideline, seeing hearing that little piece of the timeout, um, I am very pleased to say that so far he's proven me wrong, and I'm really glad. Um, not that I didn't think he could do it, I just had reservations of whether he was the right guy or not.
Well,
And
I
then
mean, it may be that he had his hands tied with the staff and the the players that were chosen. There's only so much you can do at the end of the day if you're one man, one player.
yeah, yeah, but a lot of the attitude stuff though, for me, is like you can't show that on the court and like be fighting with your teammates. Or I don't think he was a
Sure.
part of that part, but like giving up on plays or dumb red cards, like that's the kind of stuff that was like, oh Jesus, it's someone that we can trust as a leader. But so far so good.
Right.
So not a real challenge, but still an international stage. So it's important to note that and give him credit where credit's due, I think. So
Right.
very good. Very good stuff.
So who do we have up next for United States women?
The United States plays Costa Rica tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m.
That should be a better game.
It should be a much better game. That's going to be a very competitive match.
Right.
So I'm really curious to see. I'm really curious to see where that goes from here.
But next up tonight we have Mexico, Guatemala,
Yes.
and we are in Guatemala,
Yes.
so we
Let's
should
see
see
what the fans look like for
a
this
good fan
game
base.
in this
They're
massive
starting to come
freaking
in.
place.
They're starting to trickle in.
Trickling in.
Well, there's the Group B standings. Costa Rica and United States are the top 3 points apiece. We have +7 goal differential. They have +1. Could work in our
Yeah,
favor.
I'm curious how that affects us later. The goal
Right.
differential, if it does. So let's say we lose to Costa Rica tomorrow.
Mm.
Like that means that Canada match is going to be super, super important. And are you going to have to win and then also have to worry about a goal differential, or are you just going to have to win if that's a scenario?
Honestly, my take is even if you lose to Costa Rica, you're in. I just don't think Canada's going to put up the fight.
I don't know. They look decent today.
Did they?
Yeah, I thought they were pretty decent.
Wait, they played
They
Costa Rica, didn't they?
they did, yeah.
And they held them within 1 goal. Never mind. Maybe I'm selling Canada a little bit short here.
Well, and they
You're
were up
right.
at one point too.
But the thing is you got to think we what was it in the friendlies? We beat them twice and tied once.
Yeah, and it was decent. It was a decent victory, I think, too, in the first win, first two
Yeah.
wins, and then a tie.
So I
I want
mean,
to say we won by 4 or something.
what's nice is we go into this knowing we can beat this team. We've done it
Yeah.
before. We can beat them, as opposed to like I don't know in other matchups. You're kind of like, especially with the women. There's zero documentation on the books of what teams are playing, like how they're playing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
um, so I think we definitely have a leg up with have played Costa Rica 3 times before. And this will be our 4th matchup with them. Like, who else gets that history with the team? Nobody. Not in this match. Not in this tournament.
No. Well, and it says a lot too because most of CONCACAF's photos they've been using are from those matches because nobody else has really been active enough to play. Like it's
Right.
here. Let's do this. Let's look at this while we're waiting. Are you gonna go eat? Or are you gonna hang out
I
for a
am
little bit?
gonna. I'm gonna jump out. I gotta go
Okay.
eat and do a meeting, hopefully, and then I will jump back on with you as soon as I can.
Okay. Cool. Well,
All right,
yeah.
man.
You take care of business, and I'll dance.
Sing and dance, sing and
Sing
dance.
and dance.
I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a little bit.
All right.
All right, let's look at CONCACAF guys and see what the rankings look like. So this goes with what Luke was talking about. Is there's really no history on any of these teams uh, because this is also new. We really don't have any kind of bead on where these clubs match. So looking at CONCACAF, Costa Rica actually dropped in total ranking by 5, but is still the best by a significant margin within CONCACAF. And Nicaragua, who was knocked out of the play-in yesterday by Honduras, uh, is ahead of USA in ranking. But a big part of that is because USA had literally zero history. Again, we're talking about the history here. Zero history of any kind of friendly competitions or anything prior to this tournament. Prior to them facing Costa Rica. So it's a curious thing because if you're a fan and you're trying to keep track of this kind of stuff, it's not easy to do right now because you're literally watching the building blocks of women's futsal before your eyes. So it's a really exciting time to be involved in that regard. Um, that this is all brand new. You guys are watching it being formed right in front of you. Um, but at the same time, there's nothing to go off of at all. So um, now we look ahead, and I mean, some of the clubs that are even involved in the CONCACAF tournament aren't even listed in the FIFA rankings, even as unranked, which is kind of crazy. Like, where's Mexico? Where's Honduras? Where is Cuba? And where is Panama? Like all these teams that are missing. Canada unranked. So there's really not a lot to go off of. Um, but when I'm thinking of the United States at the World Cup, when we were talking earlier about where do they have a shot and who do they compare against, like I don't think they break through these top 4. Maybe Argentina. Argentina during Copa America did not look super convincing to me in the grand scheme of things when I'm thinking of a global stage. But Japan, very active. Iran, very active. Russia can't participate, but if they did, then I'd say that the United States would have some trouble with Russia as well. Italy, I don't know much about, but they seem to be climbing pretty quick and being involved in a big way. Thailand, always big in AFC. Ukraine, again, a surprise they're not in it. Poland making the jump. I mean, you got Chinese Taipei at number 18 in the women's. I mean, that's how little there is right now on all this stuff. So just something to keep in mind as we're watching these streams and as we're watching these teams. there's very little known. So you're really just doing raw predictions at this point on what you think is going to happen. So we've got about 45 minutes before the next kick. Um, so we've got some time to hang out. If you guys have something specific you want to talk about, or if there's anything in the chat you guys have questions or banter about that you want to have in the meantime, we can fill the time, and then we'll watch the match. And that match will be interesting. Again, not much known about either. All I can really relate to is the history on the men's side, and does it translate to the women's side? And if that's the case, Guatemala probably has the edge, not only because they are hosts, but little more true futsal infrastructure in that country. So um, that's going to be what's most interesting. We'll put up a fresh poll for the next contest. And then I'm going to stay up late with you guys and hopefully make it through to the end of this game. So if you guys are interested to see what's going on in Group A, we will be watching their final match today of Guatemala and Mexico. Earlier today, Cuba and Panama played to a 6-2 victory to Panama. That's kind of what I expect. I expected a Panama win there, so that makes sense to me. I'm going to guess Guatemala for this next match. Mexico is similar to the U.S. in the sense that they have a lot of five-a-side that isn't true futsal, and then they have a lot of. They also have a lot of indoor arena soccer. So we'll see how that translates to, the next big thing. Let's adjust our scoreboard on the fly here in the meantime as well. We'll get some new let's see. I think that's right. Yeah. Where are my logos at, guys? Tell me. Here we go. Alrighty. So yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see where these teams stack up. Who's going to be early favorites to move on? And then what does that mean? What does that mean for the game moving forward? Okay. Ooh, yikes. That looks bad. Let's try this. And this. Okay. That looks slightly better. All right, guys. We're all set up for the next match. Let's get some music going while we chill, too. We'll just have a regular hangout session and see who shows up. Let me know how this sounds, guys. If it's too loud, let me know. Oh, I was muted. You guys are just tuning in. We are in between games. So we are waiting for the next kickoff of Guatemala versus Mexico, which will be at 10 p.m. Eastern. This last one right here. I might have overreached where that is on camera. But we are waiting for that to kick off. And once it does, we'll be doing a watch along here, watch companion. I cannot stream the games themselves because it's not my content. But if you're looking for a buddy to watch streams with, I'm your guy. And then also, Luke will probably be joining us back at the time closer to kickoff as well once he gets some business handled on his side of things over there. So that'll be good too. Have him back and have a little banter. And then I don't know if you guys caught our live stream when we watched the NFBL Watch Party Final, but kind of same thing as what we're doing tonight. We're watching and reacting and just trying to be a place where you can find a partner in watching the games if you're watching alone at home. I often do. So I like to do these kinds of things to interact with you guys if I can. And it makes sense for big stuff and big tournaments. So we'll be doing this for the next 3 days. And then I do not think I can do the semifinal. Maybe the second semifinal of the day. Kind of stinks, but life has got plans for me already for Saturday. And then the final on Sunday, I should be able to stream. So keep an eye out for that. If you guys caught on Saturday, what'd you think of the NFBL final? I thought the game was really, really good. Wish the production was a little better for a game of that magnitude, but totally understand that they're in a different position and figuring things out. And I think that unfortunately they've kind of been stuck like that for a while. Can't quite seem to make that next big jump, but I hope they do. I think it's best for futsal as a whole to get that figured out. Stay a healthy league. But we'll see. See what happens next. I plan on doing a bit of a review of how that season went, the same way I did with NFBL. And I won't do it by similar to FCS. I'm not going to cover the actual game results or anything like that per se. I'm more interested in talking about, how the teams presented themselves, how they, who really showed up, who exceeded expectations. We talked about it at a higher level, not like game by game on results or anything like that. But Southwest Division to me is always really exciting. The last 3 years, they've certainly been the high spot. That first year they were brand new and shiny, and so it was really exciting for that reason. And then in year 2, it was just better quality games. And the addition of Santa Fe was really exciting. We replaced San Diego. And then this year, just the quality of the games in the Southwest was light years ahead of what we saw from the Midwest. So really only one team in the Midwest. When you think about it. My hair is a mess, guys. I need to see the barber. Yeesh. Curious what you guys think as always. Sound off, chime in, tell me what you think. If you guys want to talk about something specific while we wait for this game to kick off, then, please, bring it up or ask questions, whatever you want to do, and let's hang out and enjoy some futsal and, have some fun, most importantly. But on the line this week, who will represent CONCACAF when we go to the World Cup in November 21st? Hosted in the Philippines. Oh. Lost my. Lost my overlay for a minute there. Not that you guys can see, but I. That's right. Called. Real quick. I have to rework that. That's kind of a bummer. Well, that's a problem for future Jake. You guys are enjoying the stream. We've got a poll up now. You want to make a prediction on who's going to win this next match? Guatemala, Mexico, or are we going to see a draw? I'm thinking Guatemala is going to win this thing. The home fans will be behind them. Tomorrow's matches should be interesting too. So you'll see Cuba and actually, who does Cuba play? I know Costa Rica and US play, Canada and Honduras play. Not sure how Group A looks. Fast. There we go, matches. Canada starts the day against Honduras at 1. Mexico will face Cuba next at 4. These are all Eastern times. And then United States takes on Costa Rica. That's going to be a big game. That'll probably be the biggest game of the day. And then Panama and Guatemala. I think we see Panama and Guatemala come out of Group A, is what I'm thinking. And then USA should come out of Group B. Costa Rica having that win over Canada. I originally was thinking maybe Canada would come out as another win there, but I'm thinking now, or depending on how these matches go against the United States for both of those countries, could really dictate who goes through. So either way, somebody is going home that probably doesn't deserve to so early, but that's what a group of death does. So going to be interesting. For sure. And then I think that'll also be interesting to see how teams play on the final day. You know, does Costa Rica need to create some space with goal differential when they face Honduras on day 3 on May 1st? You know, does Canada have to fight for it all against the USA or vice versa? It's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be a hot day. Really spicy day. And then the semifinals. Like I said, if USA makes it through the group, then they should definitely win their semifinal. This Group A is really weak compared to who they'll be facing in the group stage. And I think them playing at that high level through the group is going to propel them through the semifinals because they're going to be ready for anything. That's going to be interesting. We're going to see... Let's see, the semifinals at 5 p.m. On Saturday, and right? Yeah, 5 and 8 p.m. on Saturday, the 3rd.
So I might be able to catch that second game, guys, but it's going to be close. If you guys are wanting to do a watch party for the semifinal, see if Luke wants to do it solo with you guys. Maybe that's a possibility. And then the final I can definitely do. So I'll definitely be back for the final. Especially if the USA is in it, then I'll definitely be doing it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Keep an eye on things for you guys. And if you guys want updates on that and the schedule, make sure you follow us on Discord and follow along with our Discord group where we post the games. Live stream posts are posted there as well under our announcements tab. Gives you a little push notification. And then I do a poor job of tweeting or whatever you do on X now. When I'm going live, I try to post if we're doing a watch party, or if sometimes I'll post my what I think will be bigger videos there when I do my regular videos, but we've not had a regular video on the channel in a long time. But I got 2 in the chamber I'm working on right now for you guys. So we'll see a couple quick ones here in the next few weeks. Probably not this week, but next week. When we're doing the live streams, there's really not time for me to do the videos, so it might be hard for me to get that out. But yeah, try to get some more content to you guys here over the summer. And then FCS Live is going to be, of course, really cool as they follow the tour. So we'll get some content from that for some off-season U.S. action. And we're going to see some teams that we wouldn't normally see through a regular season, which I'm really excited for those announcements for you guys when they come. Gonna be good. Gonna be really good. All right. About 20 minutes to go. We're hanging in there. These long breaks in between games are great because they can set up and appropriately, and the players and the teams aren't rushed. But live streaming the watch parties back to back makes it a little difficult. But we're gonna stay live. Work that algo. See something here. All right, guys. This Guatemala side, interesting. They're a little bit older as far as average age of the squad, and Mexico is too. Both squads are not, there's not a lot of youth. Like really young youth, I should say, compared to say like in the men's competition, we saw a lot of younger players for some squads. Like I think of Cuba that had a lot of young players. I think of one other one, Nicaragua. I think had a lot of young players too, if I remember right. I think Mexico's youngest player is 20. He's young. CWFC's kind of got a. I guess they're about the same. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everybody's kind of coming to this tournament similarly. Interesting. What's interesting is it's kind of how these teams approach these tournaments. Who do you, again, because all this is so new, who do you call up? What does your infrastructure look like, and how supportive has it been of futsal that you got those call ups? That's the interesting bit too. All right, guys, I'm going to grab a real quick bite here. We'll snack to hold me over to get me through this next game. I'll be back in a jiff, but yeah, stay tuned, hang tight, and we'll get off and after it here fairly soon. So should be a good match coming up next. And let's see who comes up with the winner. See you guys in just a minute. And we're back. All kinds of goodies in my house right now. Couldn't resist. Right. Here's what you guys think in the chat. Let me know what's on your mind. We got about 12 minutes to kick off. Let's add the new link. Go. Bang. We'll be watching Guatemala versus Mexico next. I've added the link to the description of this stream, so if you guys want to watch along, that's where you'll catch the actual live stream. And then we can chill and watch with you guys. All right, guys, 10 minutes. It feels like it's been an eternity. Nearly there. I'm hoping this is a good opportunity for us to really see who our potential competition is going to be. I've never seen that Guatemala logo before. That looks really cool. They're a new Guatemala logo. Everybody's been updating their crests. Panama's looks really good. That's really cool. That doesn't even look like that's looks like that's literally just released 5 days ago. Wow. Well, that's cool. That's really neat. This is what I mean about the crowds, guys. It's like this facility is way too big. Phase out the music here for the game so I can listen to the commentary. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let me make sure I didn't mess anything up. Go through the national anthems now. Excuse me. All right, here we go. Mexico's national anthem playing now, and then we'll see the hosts next. I wonder what the fan count is for this match. It looks like there's a decent crowd. I mean, I think it's comparable to what the finals were here for domestic futsal, but they're just spread out across such a large space. There's not a lot of people there. Excuse me. Allergies are catching up with me now. Updating our stuff. bug is bugged. All right. Well, you guys are just going to see the kickoff time, I guess, the entire time on the score bug, but that's okay. Minor thing. Minor thing. No worries. So we've got Guatemala and Mexico. Can't wait to hear what this crowd sounds like once they really get going. Don't forget to vote in the poll, guys. Who do you think's going to win, or will it be a draw? 3 votes so far. The host country, the favorite so far. 2 votes to 1. All right, here we go. Final conversations. Crowd likes that. Here we go. Three Costa Rican match officials and a Dominican Republic 4th official. Ooh. This should be good. Should be an exciting game. Still a lot more crowd coming in, so it looks like they're starting to fill up some of the area of the crowd there a bit, which is good. I think my previous assessment was incorrect as far as it being similar to what the domestic finals drew here in the U.S. Like I think it's probably more now. More fans come through. We're underway. Here we go, guys. Whoa! Instant goal for Mexico. Wow. Oh, in 14 seconds, Mexico puts their stamp on things. Holy cow. I wonder if Guatemala just needs to settle in here, or is this a bad omen of things to come? But so far, Guatemala is not really taking care of the ball. It almost feels like they're panicking a little bit, trying to keep that energy high from the crowd. Um, Nearly a bad giveaway instantly, and then ultimately gave it away anyway. And the counterattack for Mexico was just perfect. Exactly what it needed to be to score that goal. Yeah, very jumpy first 30 seconds here. Mexico on the ball and building up right now, so that's good. Hopefully, we see some build up play and see something from their tactics book. Get a feel for who they are. Not this time, but that's okay. Oh, now Mexico with a giveaway. Hmm. Mexico's keeper able to keep them in this one goal ahead. But Guatemala never really had control of the ball. Oh, great shot by Guatemala. Crowd's really getting amped up. And they keep Mexico on their heels here. That's it. Ooh, way over the top. Crowd is keeping them in this one. They're not going to let them feel a goal down. That's for sure. Good crowd. Good crowd. This is fun. And the crowd keep the energy going the whole game. If it's this way the whole game, that's going to be a tough game to for Mexico for sure. Ooh. Is that not a corner? And I got to say, the officiating so far today has been a little dodgy for being, a FIFA level. Little surprised by some of the misses. It's not like glaringly bad the whole game, but there's just like these really blatant moments that happen that like kind of shocked from at home. Again, easy to say from the armchair. I've said that several times while doing these watch alongs, but yeah, it's just great take here from Guatemala. Oh, great back heel. Whoa. Well, if there was any concerns in those first 30 seconds about Guatemala playing kind of panic, they're gone now. I mean, they've been playing with a bit of swagger here. Oh, just a little too far away on that first touch. Ooh. Mexico finding their opportunities. Very interesting. This is going to be really interesting, guys. Oh, what didn't they like about that? I wonder. An infraction on the kick in was that time. Was it 4 seconds? Oh, bad giveaway by Guatemala. Man, oh man. Another bad kick in for Mexico. What is going on? Great scoop down the line. Hmm. We're at about 16:40 on the game clock. It definitely feels like Mexico's Mexico's definitely making the most of the opportunities. The third one. I wonder what she's seen. I don't see what the referee is calling on the last kick in for Mexico. Yeah, I don't know either, Ron. I'm not sure what I missed. We've had 4 kick-in infractions in a span of like a minute and a half of game time, 2 minutes of game time. Kind of unusual for this level, that's for sure. Ooh, that was rolling. Yeah. You know what Luke mentioned in the USA game, it seemed like a lot of balls were rolling off the line. Don't know if it's a service or the way they're setting it down or what, but interesting. I think Guatemala's play has been better, but Mexico has just been a little more opportunistic with the opportunities they have had. They've felt a little more dangerous, I guess I would say. First foul. Potentially dangerous place there if Mexico is got anything in the bag for a set piece. And a little late. There it goes. Yeah, it must be rolling on some places on that surface. Whoa! Mexico finds number 2. Yeah, a commentator was mentioning the wall not being set up correctly there, or unhappy about something with the wall. Yeah, she stepped away from the shot, kind of opened up the keeper a little bit. Wow, my oh my! Guatemala's play has been way better, I think. Curious to see, like, when they get back into this, can they keep the momentum going and really just hammer Mexico? Scoop. Huh. They'll definitely want to make sure they've got everything set up correctly to defend this one. Another dangerous place. A little further out than the last one, but they find free kick magic 2 times in a row. That'll be the curious thing. This defensive setup looks better for Guatemala anyway. Referee sees something they don't like. Ooh, great stop. Great setup from Mexico there on that little routine. Looks like that might have been off target, but man, it was close. Great lift. Ooh. And Guatemala's got to get the crowd back into this. Reality is 2-0 is not a safe place to be in futsal at all. So they're still very much in this game, but they need to get their crowd excited again. Oh, oh, that was so close. Wow. Guatemala almost found the net for the first time. Crowd liked it. They're starting to wake back up. That's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe you don't need a goal. Maybe you just need a big play to wake the crowd back up to propel you to that goal. Can't believe that shot went off the post. What a shot. Yeah, caught the goalkeeper way out. Wasn't an open net per se, but certainly exposed. See what happens from here. Not a bad idea. Uh-oh. No way. No way. Mexico makes it 3. Look at this replay. Long ball from the goalie. Actually bobbled through some bad defense in the air from Guatemala. And then a half volley from, who is that? Ruby Carrera. Man, Mexico's just been very they've just made the most of those opportunities. They really have. Like they've been very potent when they do get the ball. I did not expect 3-0. Mexico at this point in the game, that's for sure. Man. Guatemala's got to figure it out here. And Mexico has been lethal on these opportunities. Let's see what they're going all the way back to the keeper.
Hello, hello.
And this is going to be interesting, guys.
What's up, Jake?
Hey, Luke's back. What's up, Luke?
What's going on?
Man, this is not what I expected.
I saw the scoreline. I was like, what is going on? Got Mexico
Red card
with
coming.
3.
Yellow card to Mexico. Why?
I must not be caught up. Oh, I'm not live.
Oh,
Is that a red card or?
that's just a yellow card for a handball, but her arms were in. I'm surprised they called that. Huh.
Wow. That's harsh.
Yeah, that felt a little harsh. I can understand maybe the whistle, but maybe not the card on that one. Oh no. But yeah, Mexico scored in the first 30-ish seconds.
Wow.
Real bad giveaway. Or 14, I'm sorry, first 14 seconds. Really bad giveaway by Guatemala the minute they got the ball. And they just got punished for it. And then a set piece goal off of a free kick was 2. And then the third goal, Mexico's goalie, long ball to the other end of the court to the top of the arc. And 2 Guatemala players went up against a Mexican player for it. And they just bobbled it. Like neither of them got control of the ball. And so it fell right to the Mexican player and she just half volleyed it and put it in. Guatemala's play overall, I think, has been better than Mexico's, but Mexico's just made the most of the opportunities that have been given to them. Like right there, like Guatemala just doesn't, their communication's not been great. And they've just had these moments where, like, I don't know, it's just not what I expected at all. And their crowd's kind of out of it too. That's the other thing you missed, Luke, was their crowd was pretty into it there for a minute in the very beginning. They were pretty loud.
Well, the thing is what's interesting is you and I know that a 3-0 scoreline is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Especially this early in the game.
Yeah, there's still just a ton of time. Ooh. Guatemala's had a really good chance where they were on a breakaway. They caught the goalkeeper out, and it wasn't like a completely open net, but it was very exposed, and they hit it off the post.
Oof.
Yeah. And that woke the crowd up a little bit, but then they died down kind of fairly quickly after that.
And Guatemala need to get a goal here. Shake things up.
Yeah, and they got to be careful, too, because they're on 4 fouls now as well already.
Yikes.
The last 2 free kicks have been that. Lay it off. Second shooter takes the shot. That one, they were a little more horizontal than vertical than they were in the first one that they scored on. Excuse me.
See a lot of good futsal movement from both teams, though.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of use of the soul, a lot of good passing and moving that's been going on. Several scoops like down the line to get over a defender. Ooh, kind of got lucky on that one.
Oh. Cheeky little touch.
Yeah, that was nice.
Guatemalan in their typical sashed light blue jerseys,
Yeah.
light blue sash. Mexico rocking some Aztec designs. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I've really liked Mexico's kits lately. Last few years. That like call back to the Aztec culture and stuff, and the way that
Right.
it's more prominent in their crest too. I really like.
Right.
Guatemala just changed their crest too, just 5 days ago.
Yeah,
So
that did look new, didn't it?
yeah, like what's on the kits right now is the old one, but oh, I hate to see that.
No, he's got that
Ooh,
wrong,
need a
the
knee.
announcer.
What's that?
The announcer's got it wrong. He said there's a free kick coming. That's the 5th. Like, no, it's the 6th. That's the free kick.
Well, that's their 5th foul.
Yeah, well, he said a free kick was coming. I was like, no, the 6th.
Oh, what a waste. What a waste.
Oof.
If you're gonna wait that long, then why force the kick at that point?
Right. She should have took it at first, like the first, second touch.
Yeah, and then if not, like if you're not gonna take that shot in those 2 touches, then okay, let your team catch up with you and build something
Right.
out. Don't just kick it out the back. Huh. I don't know. That one feels weird.
Jitters? Nervous?
It's the only thing I can think of. But I mean, 10 minutes in, you got to figure that out.
Right.
It's a good battle, I think.
Guatemalan fans are not happy.
No, not at all. They were in the beginning. They were even like they were booing Mexico every time they passed the ball back to their goalie. They wanted action. They wanted blood. Oh no! Is this another one? Great save! Great defense! Wow, that woke the crowd up a little bit.
Man, you're just like a half second ahead of me. Let me see if I can
Oh, sorry.
refresh.
Hang on,
and
I'm
catch
gonna
up.
pause.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
No, it's
I'll
good. Hang on.
refresh.
Are you sure?
I
All right,
refreshed.
if that doesn't work, let me know. I'll pause for like a second and a half and then start it back up again. Oh man, keeper got just enough of that to hold that play up.
Yes, just
Wow.
the tick. Some last minute defending there. Woo!
Yeah. Holy moly. I didn't see what happened here to cause the injury.
I didn't see it either. Nice shot of my favorite futsal shoe, the Lunar Gato.
Ooh. These ones here?
The Nikes with the black and white.
Yeah. On the referee?
No. The player, no. I think I'm a little bit behind you. Number 4 has them on Guatemala.
Oh, okay.
I'm rocking a pair of those right now.
Are you?
Yeah, maroon and black and with a little bit of maroon. Love them. They're such a good feel.
I'm rocking some Homas right now.
How you liking those?
I love them.
Nice.
I love them. I wish I could play better in them, but they're great touch, great feel, good quality shoe.
I've been interested to try a pair of Sendas, but I don't know.
And that's not bad. They're just not like, I don't know. For a while, they had a like a tennis shoe style futsal shoe, kind of like the X brand used to be.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed those. Like they're heavy. Like they're heavy to a point like you feel them on, like not like a modern sports shoe, you know.
Yeah.
They wear like a tennis shoe, but I enjoyed them. I made toe poking a lot easier because it had that nice big clunky, you know.
Right. Toe box.
Yeah. But I'm glad I switched back to a more traditional shoe. Like since I've done that, the touch has just been better for me. And
right. One of the other shoes I really want to try is the Copa Mundell flat.
Oh yeah, man. Guatemala's just like had a couple of like really bizarre,
Panicky.
like panicky shots that they didn't need to
Yeah.
take. Like that feels like another wasted opportunity, just launching it from your own
Right.
third and not even anywhere near target. It gave Mexico a ton of time to get back anyway, so it wasn't gonna be dangerous.
Has Honduras taken a or not Honduras? Has Guatemala taken a timeout yet?
No timeouts yet.
Let's take a timeout, reset, talk to the girls.
That's what I'm thinking too. I mean, at this point, you're almost 12 minutes in. The exception of one shot on the. Oh wow, they got her off on a stretcher over there.
Wow, it's not like the little carry you off stretcher. That's a full on
It's
gurney.
a legit stretcher. That's like going in an ambulance stretcher.
Right. Hope she's okay.
Yeah. Quit. Don't quit. Ooh, got lucky.
I don't understand the raising the hand and quitting when obviously the call is not going to go your way.
Yeah, if you like that's stuff you learn when you're 5. Like play the whistle.
Well,
You know?
especially in futsal, in soccer, yeah, one person stops playing, whatever. In futsal, if person stops playing, that's big.
Yeah. Changes everything.
Good defense. Yeah, get her off. She's upset. Oh, they're not going to sub her off. She's taking the kick in. She seems all up in her head.
Yeah. Great little move. Nothing. First for Mexico. Wow.
Coming up huge. Can't lean on the goalkeeper that much, though.
No. Sheesh. Jeez Louise.
Like you said, not what I expected.
No.
Mexico's looking good.
They're looking athletic. Their defense has been very good on these counterattack opportunities.
They've been taking the game to Guatemala, too.
Yeah. Yeah, they are not letting Guatemala play their version of the game, that's for sure.
Uh-oh.
And Guatemala looks flat already to me as well. All the more reason I agree with you on that timeout. Like they're
Call the timeout, get them together, figure it out.
got numbers if you make this work. Huh. Come on. Make it a
Just
game,
poor-
guys. Come on. Make it a game for your home crowd.
Poor shot selection, poor decisions on the pass. She's got to take that ball to the defender to draw that passing lane open. They just
Another
didn't
bad
take the
shot
chance.
decision. Man, oh man.
I tell that to my players all the time. Drive it, drive it, drive it, drive it until they commit. Then you get the passing lane open. They never close down. You take that shot point blank.
You know, the other thing I've noticed too is a lot of like panicked clearances.
Hmm.
Guatemala won't even like set up a play to run out of the back. Like that's a perfect example. Just kicking it out the side.
Put your foot on the ball. Look around.
Yeah. There you go. Use your numbers. Terrible pass. Wow. Yeah, the crowd's starting to like get amped up every time they get a run. Like they're trying to push them on to the next big step.
But the question is does the crowd psych them into doing something stupid, or does it psych them into doing more,
Yeah, are they
a
doing
great
more harm
play?
than good right now?
Yeah. Are we rolling into the second line for Guatemala? Yeah, we are. We're in the second line.
Excuse me. Timeout. Yeah, good call by the commentator. We're thinking the same way. Feels overdue.
Mm-hmm. So you're like about 2 seconds ahead of me, Jake, or like second
Oh,
and a
okay.
half.
Here, pause. That crowd, that's actually pretty good. Like when they
It's a
were
good.
first trickling in at the beginning of the game, I was like, man, this just proves that these stadiums are oversized, but this is a way better looking crowd than when the game first started. A lot of them just rolled in late. But so if Guatemala making the semifinal or final, does that mean nobody's in this place, you know?
Super comfortable for Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah, the commentator has it again.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's right. You know, you looked at that play-in game yesterday, and Honduras was up 3-0 at one point, or 3-1, and then Nicaragua came back, and next thing you know, it's a 5-5 game.
Mm-hmm. It's a good rip. You got to do something with it now. Come on.
And
Ooh.
I want to see that. I want to see that Ala move. Oh my gosh.
She sat straight in the pocket behind the defender and just didn't help out her dribbler at all. Her
No, like she
teammate.
did nothing to get open. If she would have moved forward or backward, she would have been wide
Mm-hmm.
open, even 2 steps.
Yep. Oof. Something off the ball?
I think the referee's just moving in position. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, oh man, sniper.
A little banana peel over there.
Yeah, for sure. Let me mop that up.
It's a giant wet spot right here.
You know, I remember the men's Guatemala team doing this too. Like they have these big waves of like really good and really bad. I wonder if the women will have similar fortunes. Like remember
It's in,
Guatemala was like up against the United States by like 3 at one point, and then they like gave a bunch of goals away
yeah,
and then had to kind of like redo all their work.
yeah.
I wonder if we see the same thing from Guatemala here, where like all of a sudden they pour the sauce on.
It's interesting because Guatemala is taking futsal very seriously. For prep for the World Cup, they're out there playing tons of games. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah,
They went out to Europe and played like tons of friendlies.
yeah. Who'd they play? They played some pretty big like they played Uzbekistan a few times, I think. Right? They
Yes,
played the
that's
hosts.
right. Yeah, but they
The
took
men's
it
side, right?
seriously.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
holy cow!
Woo. Hmm. Mexico look unbothered.
Oh. Yeah, they really do, Luke. You're right. Well, they got an advantage on fouls, so they know they can, play physical when they need to, but why?
Guatemala's doing all the work for them.
Yeah, they really are. The giveaways have been bad by Guatemala when they have it happened, and
Sloppy passes, panicky defending.
a lot of passes out the back. So you could just restart with your keeper and take your time. Oh,
Should get a full line change there.
I think they must have. It is a short lady. And that's one of the most promising plays they've had, and it was 2 touches.
Yep. Woo.
And the crowd's wanting more.
They are. Mexico feel like they're kind of taking their foot off the gas, don't you feel?
Yeah, it's what you said about them not being bothered. They're just kind of in cruise control. Right here. No movement off the ball on that kick in to try and even create everybody's just kind of chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Big scoop. 4 seconds.
Got him.
There have been like 5 or 6 kick-in violations this game. At one point, there was like 3 in 90 seconds. Right before you joined us. Mexico, when they are getting like how do I word this? Like on defense, I've noticed they're not afraid to put their body on the line. They've slid quite a bit. They've like dove into passing lanes to kind of create some deflections and things. Oh,
Ooh, caught him napping.
yeah, big time. I think they thought they were going to wait for the 5 meters. Look at that.
Man, if they would have put
3
that
of them
on
weren't
goal,
looking. Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Cue the Barney Fife music.
That was a gift, and they squandered it.
Yeah, they should have capitalized.
What the heck? Whew.
Good save.
She held on to that because tons
Mexico's
of Mexican
right
players
there.
around waiting for it. Listen, 3 minutes. Come up with something here.
sakes.
Just not sharp.
No.
I mean, to me, it looks like, did they train? Did they train together before this? It doesn't look like it. Looks like a bunch of girls on totally different pages.
Look at the lineup for them. A lot of them come from the same club.
Just seems sloppy. That's 6 foul. It's a PK.
Jeez Louise. Sloppy. All right.
Is that mark where the keeper can be right there?
Yeah, that's as far forward as they can go on the 10-meter mark, off the line, off the goal line.
So international standard size court is 40-20.
Yeah, 40 meters by 20 meters. Man, I don't know. Whoa. There it is.
Got nutmegged.
Wow. I owe Mexico an apology. I didn't think they were going to be this good. But to be fair, Guatemala also is not like, look at this. Look at those two talking to each other instead of getting back on defense. They failed their team. They're the reason that happened. You cannot be behind the goalie yakking while she's distributing the ball up to her players. You're automatically down on the counterattack. Why would you do that?
Yeah. Good idea.
I technically don't have a dog in this fight, but it's like this is actually like kind of frustrating watching the Guatemala team the way they're playing. Like it's
Right.
It's lazy.
It's okay idea. I mean, am I reading this right? That is Guatemala infighting? Oh,
I don't know if they're even infighting. I think that they just aren't on the same page at all.
seems so all over the map.
All these players are listed with Guatemalan clubs according to that spreadsheet. But maybe there's just not a lot of futsal competition in Guatemala. I don't know. Another sloppy. Boom. Wow.
Too easy. Easy game.
Mexico's just thumping them.
They are.
I mean, and even if this didn't play out the way it did, that was probably going to be another PK, right?
Yeah, on that part right there.
That that initial missed tackle was really bad.
Yeah.
Not really bad. Like that's probably being dramatic, but like the way the officials have been calling this game, surely they call that.
Right. They've been pretty on the soft on the fouls. One thing I've noticed is the distribution from the keeper. A Guatemalan player is standing right next to the keeper. A defender
Yeah.
from Mexico is standing right next to that player. Why in the world does the keeper not drop the ball and dribble?
Yeah, try and get ahead. You thinking like ahead of that player and create the numbers disadvantage?
Right. It would be immediate because the player's standing right next to the keeper. If they just drop the ball and dribble, they've already cut out one defender. They're already up on numbers 4-3. Just have the defender hang back.
That she's not on the court now, but that number 11 for Guatemala too is like she has like no stamina. And then when they play the long ball, they're playing it to the shortest person on the court. Like she's never going to win that.
It's true.
Yeah, it's just such a bizarre strategy. Like, okay, we're going to do this really tall long ball style play that should be going to like a big strong pivot, but we're going to play it to someone who is literally the shortest person on both rosters.
Right.
You're setting her up to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9, I think's played the entire half. Most of it, anyway. She's in with multiple lines. Look at that. This reminds me of the U.S. men's team last year. They're just walking back, giving up on plays.
Yeah.
It's a shame. You're in front of your home crowd. You got to host this thing.
They're disheartened too.
Yeah.
That Guatemalan team is gutted. The body language is poor.
Big time.
Oh yeah, look at that. The Guatemalan side. I just noticed the new crest.
Yeah, isn't that cool? It just got released like this week. Or
Futsal Federation of Guatemala. Is it just for futsal
what's
or
that
for
bird called? A quetzal?
Is it?
I think that's what that bird's called.
Is this just for futsal or is that their whole national team?
I bet it's the national one. I don't know for sure though. I'm assuming. Let's see. Thursday the 24th, National Football Federation of Guatemala officially unveiled a striking transformation of its emblem.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the main federation.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Quetzal, the national bird of Guatemala. Yeah.
Nice.
It's the name of a dinosaur too, isn't it? Quetzal.
I have no idea.
like when it was really massive, like pteranodon kind of birds or whatever. I sound like such an idiot right now. I should just stop talking.
I have no idea. Okay, so tomorrow is the third. Wait, is tomorrow the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. 11 a.m. Canada, Honduras. 2 p.m. Mexico, Cuba. 5 p.m. USA, Costa Rica. 8 p.m. Panama, Guatemala. The question is when is my daughter's concert? I think it's at 7.
Am I coming in really loud?
What? I did not hear anything.
We'll just cut that because you're here. Chat. Yeah, so I think tomorrow do the same thing for me anyway. I'll be on at 7 for the 7 o'clock game, and then the following match is I think Panama and Guatemala.
Panama and Guatemala, yeah.
I think Guatemala has all the late games.
They do.
So I don't know.
Man, I
If
really
it's gonna
want
be
to
like
watch
this, I'm not sure.
I want to watch the USA Costa Rica game.
You got something going on?
Dad taxi and a choir concert.
Ooh.
I'll try and work it out. We'll see what happens.
Well, we will be here, and we'll see if we can get some good play. I mean, that match is probably going to be the highlight of the tournament, at least for group play.
Right. It is. So, quick review: Honduras over Nicaragua on the 28th. That was yesterday.
Yes. Yep.
6-5 in overtime, or was it in penalties? It was in overtime.
Overtime. It didn't make it to penalties. Yep.
Costa Rica over Canada 3-2. Cuba drops to Panama 2-6. Honduras loses to USA 7-0. And then we're witnessing Mexico kind of take it to Guatemala 4-0 at halftime.
5-0.
5-0. My bad.
Okay.
Golly.
Yeah, 5-0 at the half. And there we go. Yeah, it's been definitely been a shocker for me for this match. The USA Honduras match, I figured that they would win that fairly dominantly because again, Honduras's play-in was taxing, and also it's a play-in, so that kind of means typically that those are the teams that are on the fringe. So without knowing much about the teams, you kind of know, okay, these ones are going to be not as strong,
right?
But yeah, it was. Tomorrow is going to be the big one. I think tomorrow will be the big one.
Yes.
The Canada-Honduras match should be pretty cut and dry. Mexico-Cuba should be pretty cut and dry. And then I don't know. Let's see what the rest of this Guatemala match looks like. But I originally thought that match against Panama would be good. But if it's going to look like this match does, I don't know. I'll probably stay up for that one as well tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably stay live. But if Guatemala plays tomorrow like they did today, I probably won't do it for the final match. At that point, it's just not fun. And it's going to be a lazy team against an underperforming team at that point. I'm just not that interested in you guys watching me stare at a screen like half awake for that.
Right. Wow.
Tomorrow's matches should be very, very interesting.
I think the only interesting Guatemalan game we're going to have is Guatemala-Cuba.
Yeah, if they're playing like this, that might be the only one that's competitive.
Yeah.
I think the USA Costa Rica match is really exciting. Now I'm thinking that Panama Mexico game might be good.
I think it will be good.
And then
I think it will be good.
USA Canada that day too. So that 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. match back to back, those will be two really exciting games.
That'll be a good slate. I think Costa Rica is going to blow the doors off Honduras. And you're right. Panama, Mexico should be interesting. USA, Canada will be interesting. Guatemala, Cuba will be interesting, but that's just because the teams are similar.
I think it'll be more competitive. I'm not sure it'll be interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, interesting as in not a lot to a little, as in
Yes.
scores will be even-ish.
Yeah, hopefully more even, because Cuba definitely didn't look very good today.
No.
So hopefully Guatemala can come up with something there and give their fans something to be excited about.
Jake, we are the old man crew. We're over here yawning and
I know. We're terrible. We're not very entertaining.
sorry, y'all.
Sorry, chat. Chime in if you guys have something to say or want to talk about. Make sure you guys
Right.
chime in the chat. Let us know. I don't know how streamers do this every day. The ones that like do it for a living.
Well, I mean, I think they line up good stuff, or they have
Well, yeah.
other shenanigans to do. Like, let's give away $60 million.
Yeah, right.
I know what we could do. We
What's that?
we can give something away.
Oh, what are we giving away?
Let's check. Let's see what we have in our bag of goodies. Hold on.
All right. Let's see here. I know if Brian is in the chat, I still owe him some goodies.
If the price is right, you too can be a runner-up.
Hey, there you go.
An official 2025 FCS runner-up medallion.
All you have to do is
Hit that
submit the
subscribe
last
button.
3 digits on the back of your credit card.
And your
And we will-
social security number.
We will duplicate the money and send it back to you.
Duplicate the money.
Have you ever seen I don't know how much you watch gaming, speaking of streamers, but there's this guy that he hit my algorithm. I don't know how, but he's hilarious. I'm glad he's in there now. But it's this guy, he's an Indian guy that lives in America.
Yeah.
But like it's like one of those like his parents. He doesn't have the accent typically, but he can do it really well.
Yeah.
And so he gets on Warzone, like Call of Duty Warzone, and he just starts like trolling people, like, but not like what you'd expect. Like it's like positive trolling. It's all just like jokes and self-deprecation and stuff.
Yeah.
And like he'll go grab like a Jeep or something for a scene to get into it. He'd be like, everybody get in the taxi. Brown man in a car. He's like making jokes like that. It's just like he's just running with it. And then they released a new grenade, and like it releases this poison powder, and it's kind of like a reddish brown color, and so he calls it curry powder whenever he throws it. It's like, dude, that's awesome. Like it's just like good wholesome fun, and
right.
like it's always like him saying ridiculous stuff like that, and the rest of his team just like laughing so hard they can't play. Like, and it's just so cool. And it's like, man, I love that stuff. Like typically that game's got really toxic people in it, so to see somebody having some legitimate fun and being loose and enjoying themselves is cool.
Right. People
I don't
take
like
themselves
games like
way
that.
too seriously.
I hate when people bring up, when people play those kinds of games and they're using racism like as a weapon, and screaming for no reason and stuff. It's like, man, my day is too stressful. I can't come home and play a game like that and just like continue to be stressed. It's just
right.
not worth
Right.
it.
I think Ron Leedy wants to be the runner-up. Ron,
Ron Leedy.
Do you want to be the official prize winner runner-up?
We got to come up with like some kind of chat bots too. We used to have that on the Twitch channel for Olay. I don't know how.
Let's see here. Let's see. What magic can we run at halftime?
What is compatible with YouTube for that stuff?
Stream Elements works.
Does it?
Uh-huh. And I have an account for you already.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's how.
Is that how we get the notifications of the subs?
Yeah. But that's on my OBS thing. But I can give it to you.
That's why I haven't seen it.
Here, I'll send you the code to put it in your stream. I'm surfing the internet. There's the source if you want to put it in.
Oh, sweet.
What did they have? I can't remember how Stream Elements works.
So that's part of the sub counter.
Mm-hmm. I have that whole overlay. I just it has your button on it. It has an alert box, your Futsal News button, and the 286 subs counter on the top
You
right.
upload that as a browser to OBS?
Yeah, a browser source. Yeah,
Okay.
and that will go over your Futsal News social media thing where it is right now.
Pardon our dose. So that would go like this here. Why is that?
Oh no, make it full screen.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, so you can see the.
Yeah, just it'll all go transparent.
You just added a browser source.
If you just type in the credentials or like double click the source and make it 1920 1080, it should just center up.
Oops. What? Why won't this OBS part go away? What am I doing wrong, I wonder? What the heck?
Or you could just hit transform fit to screen.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Huh. I wonder why that won't get rid of that message.
Did you paste the link in?
I sure did. I thought.
Huh.
Nope. It didn't stick. Hey. All right. You saw it here live.
The tricks of the trade.
Yeah. I wonder why let me move this around a little bit. Well, you know what? This happened the last time I played with this too. It's not actually showing the button in the top right with the sub count.
Did you hit transform fit to screen?
I did.
I'm not sure.
Covered up my social loop too.
Oh, you're streaming 720.
Oh, is that why?
It's set to 1920 1080.
Settings.
I don't think you can change that while you're streaming. We got goalie change for Guatemala.
Oh, really? Right here. All right, we'll make this go away for now. But we will come back to that. All right, here they come.
Let's see something good, Guatemala.
I gotta update my graphics. Yeah, I was saying while you're offline, Luke, I don't think I can do the semifinals. It's the only thing I won't be able to do.
Which is
It's the Saturday.
ooh,
Ooh.
tipped it over. All right, Guatemala. We see you.
Another corner. There it is.
Ooh. Hey, let's go.
They come to life.
Let's see what they can do.
Hey, whatever
Come on,
they said in
girls.
that halftime talk, they came out and found it.
Hanging out on that back post, man. I tell you that good things happen on the back post.
Place to be.
Is she emotional?
Looks like a little bit.
Man,
Good.
get some love and some life. Let's go.
Yeah, to hear that crowd. Not enough movement.
Yeah, it's too stagnant. That's a goal. Ooh.
Wee.
All she needed to do is just barely tap that ball to her.
That's a tough collision there in the middle.
Yeah.
This is the same player that I think she's been down twice. That's like the third time, I think, now.
Yeah. What's your catch tag again, Jake? Is it remember play with your soul?
Yeah, don't forget to play with your soul.
Don't forget. And you were saying soul SOLE, right?
Yes. Yep.
Let's see if we can muster some chat here.
Ooh. Some commands.
Maybe, maybe not.
Hell
Oh, there it goes.
yeah. I love it. It is possible.
We did the things.
We got commands. Who did we
Who's
have
it?
the shot counter for? Was that
Gio.
Gio or Johan?
I think it was Gio.
Was it Gio?
Did
I
we
think
really?
so.
Did we really have a shot counter for him?
Yeah, it was. We literally on the
Uh,
Twitch. It was like every time he'd shoot one over the crossbar, it was. Yeah, because Gio the Cannon, right? Was what Rudy used to call him because he used to shoot him over the crossbar all the
That
time.
is so funny.
Yeah. Remember the first time I met Gio in person after I like used that. It's like I heard you. He goes, "Oh, you're Jake," and I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, you're the one that made that chat command about me," and I go, "Rudy told me to do it."
Rudy
Go
told me.
kill me.
That's funny. Guatemala with a little good set piece here. What can they do?
Yeah, let's crowd's behind you. You got the momentum right now. You got a long
Interesting.
ways to go. Got to make the most of all of it.
They have the old crest on their kits.
Yeah, they probably couldn't get them printed in time.
Probably not.
Because I noticed their coach has like a polo with the new or a T-shirt with the new one on it, but like they got another one.
Whoa! Here we go.
Is this a game? Great strike through
Nice
traffic.
and low. She split that wall too.
Yeah. Hey, now you can't let him back in.
I like how they're kind of trying to dribble out of the back. They're keeping control. They're not freaking out.
Yeah. Whee. Like the idea. Crowd's liking everything they're doing now too. Like they should really ride this momentum.
They really should.
Here we go. Oh.
Interesting to see Mexico let that runner go by, and then you see 3 Mexico players like trotting back.
Yeah. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh, the captain. Got hacked in the knee. And then it
not
looks like
seeing much. I didn't see much in it.
the only thing I thought I saw was that first challenge. It looked like maybe she took like a loose kick to the knee or to the leg.
Oh, it's her calf. I think she's got calf cramps.
Ooh, maybe. See. Oh no, the first one missed. It's just the angle. Yeah, Luke, yeah, I don't see much there.
I don't see much in it. I think she cramped up.
Yeah, I think you're right. The way the like straight on camera angle looked, it almost looked like she took one to the knee, but she didn't. Like that side angle showed there's a ton of space.
Yeah.
There's the crowd booing the goalie again.
Well, Mexico with the kind of rash decisions now.
Yeah, they're kind of looking like Guatemala did in the first half at the moment. It's really interesting that, you know, we talk about momentum in the game of futsal all the time.
Right. It's such a
And
huge thing. Momentum,
it
momentum,
is.
momentum.
They're going as far as the rapper. It's interesting. I think sometimes this commentator forgets he's supposed to be commentating.
Like, hey, here comes some
There's like
commentary.
there's some crazy like extended moments of silence. It's like if there wasn't crowd noise, I'd wonder if there was something wrong with my computer. Hmm.
What? I didn't see it. Wow, that's a harsh, harsh whistle.
I think it's because of the head.
If it is ahead, you have to stop. Darn it. Head neck.
Yeah, she's holding her neck or the side of her head, I guess. What happened? Uh
That's a cheap shot. That was a cheap shot.
that number 6 has been doing a lot of like just very physical.
Yeah.
Like a lot of like after the play stuff, like little last minute shoves, and
Hmm.
I don't remember her playing much in the first half. A little shook.
She definitely took a knock.
Yeah. It's worth checking her out, I think. She looks pissed. Oh, they called. Okay, good. They called a foul there. Okay.
Yeah, I think that was a worthy shot. Overlap run.
Here you go. Back post. Mexico did a good job closing that down, to be fair.
It was almost a good opportunity.
Yeah. Turn this into a game. Make me cheer for Mexico the other way or something. I'll just completely turncoat after.
Guatemala just seemed like they have turned it on. Like they're challenging every pass. Like you said,
Yeah.
Mexico for the first half was like sliding, getting in the passing lanes, sticking a foot out on everything. Now Guatemala has started to do that.
They got lulled to sleep
Right.
with not having anything to worry about in that first half. And then to go into halftime and rest and feel like the job's done. I don't know if that's the mentality they're feeling at the moment or what, but see if they come up with some build out of the back here.
She would have had presence of mind. She should have let that run through. There was nobody.
Yeah, it turned out there's nobody behind her.
Yeah.
Okay. Up and help her now. Mexico. Numbers. Hmm. This half seems a lot slower. Ball is out of play more than the first half. Yeah, Ron, I think you're right. Feels like there's a lot more stops. Guatemala definitely feels more competitive this half, though, at least. Yeah, a lot of balls out of bounds.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Crowd not happy with that call.
So it looked like she extended her arm through her at the end
It
there.
was.
Like she was already.
I think instead of using her upper body, man, she should have just thrown her hip, and that would have been a fair play.
Yeah. I think that's what the referee saw was the arm up, and it kind of
Yeah.
that's right away a red flag, right?
Yeah. She had good position. She just should have stepped in front of her and thrown her hip. Thing though is when it starts getting handsy, you get that temper flares really fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta say I'm actually
Oh, good ball. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
dangerous. I gotta say the referees have done a good job keeping this one together because there has been a lot
Yeah.
of physical play in the first half,
Mm-hmm.
and that was kind of a glimpse of it there. But fine. Oh,
And the Guatemalan player
why?
needs
Why
to
do
just
that?
cut that
That.
center lane. Right where they gave that ball up, the center passing lane was wide open. Why didn't the Guatemalan
Yeah.
player just
Why turn
streak
around
down
and
the
try and
center?
shoot that off them?
Hmm.
You're already facing that way too.
Right.
It's interesting. Great save. Great save. Oh, Nine's calf again. She might be done.
Yeah, that's a calf. She's cramped.
She reached for it right away.
Mm-hmm.
I think the official's super thrilled about that. She doesn't look impressed.
Mm-mm-mm.
And I'd be careful with this because you're basically giving Mexico a chance to think.
Right.
Like every time you do this with an injury, you know what? Obviously, she can't help it if she's hurt, but gives them a chance to strategize without having to spend a timeout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's
Damn. It's a shame. You hate to see it go that way, but
right. I don't understand what Mexico's doing. I really don't.
what's that?
Mexico's almost daring Guatemala to come back.
Yeah, they kind of are, aren't they? Oh,
Hoo.
what? Did that take a deflection or did that curl?
I have no idea. It looked weird though.
Oh, it was bad.
Back kick in. Wow. Guatemala just making Mexico cough up the ball.
Oh,
Turn and shoot. Turn and shoot.
that's another really bad foul from that number 6.
Yeah, really bad. If she doesn't get a card from this, I'm going to be amazed. She didn't get a card. I just.
Yeah, not even going for ball.
To me,
Just
that's a
chop your legs
card.
out from under.
That's a card. Especially with the earlier shove. How is that chop from behind not a yellow card? I don't understand.
Ooh. Oh, nice. Dave. Corner. Another wild. Wow. Number 6 is just reckless. I just saw your quote. I mean, am I wrong?
I had that in. So now the $1 million question is does it work? Hey,
That's awesome. There will be more too.
there will be more.
I'm sure if we go back in the archives, we could even dig up a few. Good turn.
Ooh.
Yeah, they better be careful. They're, that's so unnecessary. Your teammates are all around you there.
Mexico's just waiting to feel the contact.
Yeah, they're baiting it now.
Oh yeah. It's a brave punt from Guatemala. Uh-oh, something off the ball.
Show it. Show it. The keeper was already shoving that number 10 for Mexico. I caught the tail end of that right before they switched cameras. It must have continued on enough that it wasn't satisfactory anymore. Wait. Ooh.
Mexico with a little good spell.
Nice little bit of flair there. Poke it.
Oh my gosh.
Man, oh man.
Woo.
They just carved them up with that play.
They sure did. That was a brilliant. What did they string together? 8 passes?
Yeah, I think so. 7 or 8. Combination of some, big switches and some short little 1-2s through the middle.
Yep.
That was a great little showcase of skill there. The number 10 for Mexico is already on the board once, so I'm sure
Don't dribble into. Ooh, there you go. Take numbers. Ooh. Pass has got to be better.
yeah. Great tackle. The Mexico player got out of the way on that one a little bit, seeing it coming. Yeah, she sure did.
She's like, whoa.
Yeah, I'll take that kick in. I got to break an ankle for no reason.
Mexico flying keep.
Guatemala needs a little more. They had that big spurt of energy to start the half, and since then, it's been.
Yeah.
I don't think either
Died
team's
down.
really controlled this half.
No, not really.
Just under her foot.
If you can play that pivot, you got controlled up there.
Yeah.
Good ball.
I don't know what those ad boards are made out of, but they should make tanks out of them.
They knocked
smokes,
one
they've
down
been-
earlier.
Yeah, I think I've seen only one break the entire day, and they've just been getting battered. I mean, it's been brutal.
You know, I think I don't know. I was gonna say something about those LED boards at whatchamacallit, that indoor arena.
Oh, the Utica City ones?
Yeah, these look. I mean, look at this. This looks great. They don't
Yeah.
move, but at least they're not backlighting the players. They're so bright. Yeah, Utica City need to turn them suckers down.
Yeah, definitely. Mexico just kind of seems content. Like they're really not trying to control the game.
Right. Like I said, their MO is not bothered.
No. Nice play. Just a little bit of footwork. Boom.
There it is.
Man, they heard me talking shit. They
We got to score to shut Jake up.
Yeah. Some gringo.
The gringo. Shut up the gringo.
That was a nice play. That was a
It was.
great bit of skill, a personal skill to get down that line. And then the rest of that play was very selfless. It was good. I like that a lot. That's a futsal play through and through.
Right. Guatemala's not the same without their captain on the field.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think that's a big part of it is their captains. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They called that on Mexico. That's the one downside to like I'm really thankful that this camber ankle is nice and high. We can see the whole court, but
Yeah.
like it's all like in a stadium like this is too far away.
Yeah.
You really can't see like why stuff like that is being called, you know?
Yeah. You gotta appreciate the quality broadcast cameras, though, man. Even as far away as you are,
Yes.
the detail's nice.
Yes, it is.
I was gonna make comments earlier about the broadcast, but I was like, no one cares. All the nerdy stuff.
No, I like it.
You can just see the difference in like these guys have professional like glass on their cameras, and you can see it. Optically, it makes such a difference.
Well, in those big monster tripods and actual
Mhm.
cameras.
I like the their floor cams are on wheels, so the guys just like move around.
Yeah, that's smart.
That's cool.
I like that. Oh,
Oh, what a
well,
back heel!
imagine.
I was almost thinking like, man, why didn't we do 2 back heels? She could have shot with a
Yeah.
back heel. Hmm.
I think that goal kind of killed Guatemala's the bit of momentum they had.
Yeah.
They look like their first half selves again. A lot of restarts. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
This game's going to go on forever.
Right.
But not as long as an NFPL final. That was such a
Or a
good game, though.
or a playoff match in Colorado.
True. That final was great, though. That was a great game.
That was a great game.
Futsal in the U.S. needs that. That was good.
Yeah.
Production should have been better, but the game was really good.
Almost like someone tried to tell him.
For years. Guatemala, make this a game. Come on.
They did so good coming out of the half.
Yeah, they need to find that again.
Just sloppy.
Crowd's dead silent. Everything they had going is gone.
Mm-hmm.
She's already counting. She doesn't even sit down there. Oof.
Oof.
There's just not been any opportunity to build up any play in this game in the 2nd half.
It's all stop and go.
Yeah. The one that was the goal for Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only time there was actually some build-up play and several passes strung together. And
Rest of it's like hope and prayers and chucking it down court.
yeah, kind of haphazard passing decisions.
Oh, good idea.
That's a good point by the commentator too. Does Mexico just kill the clock?
Mm-hmm.
Here they could have numbers. Here we go. Some build-up play, some passing around. I don't know if it's killing the clock or if it's trying to find the opening, but
Wow, no call. Oh, one touch earlier.
ooh, did she hit her head?
No. I would not call that.
No, but it looked like she might have hit her head.
She
It
was
wasn't
looking
a
for that
foul,
call.
but
She was looking for that.
I think so. Up right up too. The way she hit the ground looked a little suspicious. Like maybe actually she did get a little knock, but like the play itself, there was nothing there. Good
Yeah.
clean. 27.
Hmm. Defender telling her goalie to calm down. I can see that. Calmate.
Trying to force something there. Oh, good pickpocket,
Ooh.
but couldn't set herself up.
Just take one more touch, get yourself settled. You had the time.
Yeah, tons of time.
Almost a great little touch there from Mexico, or from Guatemala, I mean. Oof.
Man,
Oof. Oof. Mexico slow to get the ball.
great one too.
Back post. Back
It's
post.
in.
There it is.
Wow.
Mm. Guatemala could not get out of their own way on that one.
Nope. Man, that someone's got to step in there and take on that number 3. At is it number 8 for Guatemala? She came to the line with her partner,
Uh-huh.
and so no one picked that other girl back up that ultimately scored.
Yeah.
The
Just
other two were too
disorganized,
far
man.
behind the play.
That's kind of the name of the game for Guatemala. Disorganized.
Yeah, this has been sloppy for them in a big way. They got their 5th attacker out.
And still give the ball away. Eesh.
Yeah, that's a good take by the commentator, I
It
think.
is a good shout with the goal differential at play.
You
But
have
still, I
so
mean,
you have
I
so
don't
many
know.
problems already. Like, do you make it worse opening up
Yeah,
that goal?
do you compound them with flying keeper? And they're still giving the ball away with the flying keeper.
Mexico
Somebody
doing a
needs to
good
step into the middle of those defenders, break it up.
punt it. Um, yeah, or at least be cutting to the back post.
Yeah.
Like, both sides are staying too wide. You're never going to find an opportunity to shoot that way.
Yeah, you're all just on the outside.
Okay, there we go. Now number 4 is checking in. That's what you want, but what?
Whoa.
What?
She couldn't do that again if she tried.
So the first one, she basically put over the Riyadh Air sign, and then the second one, she hits the post in such a way that it doesn't even bounce. It just skids out of bounds across the floor. Wow. Yeah, so like their 5th attacker should be coming into the post. There she goes. But now it's too late.
Yeah, it's just so slow getting that ball across goal that everyone's already set up for the ball coming across.
Yeah, Mexico is playing a good tight diamond. They're being patient. They're not taking unnecessary challenges or getting baited into coming across. See, there was the opening right there. They saw it. That's the most they've made of the 5th attacker 5th attacker so far.
Mm-hmm.
Dribble it up there. Get up there. Give away.
You can't give the ball away with a 5th attacker.
Not like that.
No.
So it's way too far back too.
Man, one quick touch to the middle from that ala
Touch,
and a
boom.
nice
Yeah.
diagonal ball. Mexico's slow to close that gap.
Every time that number 11 sits on the ball, the crowd goes ballistic. You're absolutely right to. For me, that number 11 for Guatemala has been their weak link,
Yeah.
and not just
Yeah.
because that is a short lady.
Quote of the day.
She's just like there's no urgency about her play.
Wait, she came back
She's
on.
back. Number 9's
She's
back.
back?
Oh, I thought they were just using her jersey for the 5th attacker when I saw that 9, but that's
Yeah,
her.
yeah. No. Don't shoot the ball with the 5th attacker. Wait. Hmm.
It's not there.
Too
Play it back
slow.
out. Switch the court.
Move.
Find that
Hit that
diagonal
ball
to your.
across. Oh.
Actually, kind of there for a minute.
That 45 ball to the corner was on. That ball right there. That ball was on a couple times, and they finally did it. Because, man, if you hit that ball hard enough.
Look at this. Look at how much time they've lost there.
Yeah. If you
5
hit that
seconds.
ball, if you hit that ball hard enough, like on that 45 to the back post, any sort of ricochet or bounce back to you, you're going to be able to score.
Yeah. Check in. Check back in.
Hit that ball.
I don't know. Like looking at the group, I'm not sure what he means by it being a tight group, unless he thinks.
Just gonna say. I was just gonna say that I don't agree with him there at all.
If oh. Which. Oof. There's number 6.
Yep.
Oh, another one off the post. Oh my goodness
Holy
gracious.
moly.
I mean, Mexico's kind of in the driver's seat of the group at this point because, well, I mean, they're on par with Panama, right? One extra goal differential.
Yes.
So unless this Guatemala team can figure it out and beat Panama when the time comes, then I'm not sure that the goal differential makes that much of a difference.
No. Never really contested game. Guatemala never really even in it.
No. Surprising for me. Shocking.
It's an interesting way to come out as the host club, to come out lazy and sloppy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like when Nicaragua hosted the men's and they weren't winning games, they were fighting like hell. They just were outmatched.
Right.
But this was lazy.
Yeah.
Lazy play.
Slow, disorganized.
Yeah, like I think you said in the first half maybe that it looked like they hadn't played together before.
It did. It really did.
It definitely looked that way. Mexico fans. That. I wonder if they'll show an updated group. I mean, we know it. It's Mexico first on goal differential at the moment.
Right.
So yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. So I mean, if maybe I overestimated how good Guatemala would be, but if not, then maybe it's interesting. Maybe it's interesting the next two games, but we'll see. We'll watch their game tomorrow night against Cuba and see how they play, and then if it's or not Cuba, Panama, and that'll pretty much decide it
Yeah.
for the group, I think. Because Mexico have a Cuba match that should be pretty manageable for them.
It's interesting we're not seeing the Grimaldos out here playing futsal.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Interesting. I wonder if they're too wrapped up in soccer now.
Yeah, maybe that was a great shot.
Was.
And that was just like a bad Hail Mary coverage or something out of NFL. Like that, they both ran away from the ball and opened it up.
Yeah. Oof. Man, that keeper got worked.
Yeah.
The second half goalie did better, I think.
I think so too. Nice little tap in.
Yep. Not really a contest there.
No, Guatemala really only had about 5 minutes of brilliance of game time, I think.
Right. That first couple of minutes when they came in from the halftime, then the second half.
That was a nice one. A worm burner.
Yep.
My golf game a little bit. Man.
Well, Jake,
Oh, good.
I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Maybe dad duties. We'll see. I'll try and figure it out.
Yeah, no worries. Everybody in the chat, if you're here still powering through, especially my East Coast folks, getting late. We're pushing midnight, but
Right.
we will be back tomorrow. We'll definitely do the 7 p.m. game, USA versus Costa Rica. That's going to be a banger. And then we're going to probably watch Guatemala face off against Panama. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back tomorrow night. And we'll also watch on May 1st. And then semifinals aren't looking good for me, but we'll see. We'll see if something changes. Never say never. And then finally, the final, which I plan to be here for. So if you're enjoying the watch parties and having someone to watch along with, make sure you stay tuned. Keep an eye out. I'll schedule a stream and thumbnail and post it first thing in the morning. Do this again, but until then, Luke, thanks for joining me tonight. I appreciate having you as a partner in crime. And until I see you guys next time, don't forget to play with your soul.